ฮัลโหลสวัสดีค่ะใครทุกคนเลยนะ ใครบ้างวะเนี่ยสวัสดียาโอภูมิที่รักคุณจิมมี่ แล้วก็คุณสบายใจด้วยนะคะสวัสดีค่ะฮัลโหลวันนี้เราจะปั่นสตอรี่เควส3 ตัวละครนะครับเราจะทำของใครก่อนเดี๋ยวมีแบบมันต้องไล่ตามคนไหมหรือว่าเรากระโดดไปใครก็ได้อันนี้มันก็จะมีเอาไฮเทมเดียแล้วก็นาฮิดะใครก็ได้มั้งเนาะเดี๋ยวนะจะเปิดเลยวะอ๋อ YouTube จะเปิดมอนิเตอร์ตัวเองโอเคได้แล้วก็เดี๋ยวเริ่มเกมมาก็ทำอ๋อBP รอบนี้น่าเอาไหมน่าซื้อไหมวะทำเหมือนแบบเดี๋ยวนะขอดู Unlock Generation อุ้ยสวยดีนะแล้วก็อันนี้เป็นเดี๋ยวยังไม่ซื้อนี่ถ้วยน้ำชาแต่จะเล่นคุ้มขนาดนั้นไหมอ่ะใครก่อนก็ได้แต่ไม่แน่ใจเรื่องท็อปิกใช้ NPC ซ้ำไหมงั้นเราก็ต้องทีละอันไหมเพราะว่าบี้จะกินของด้วย มันมีโดเมนใหม่เหรอบี้ว่าไม่วะฉันว่าไม่นาฮิดะนีโร่ทำไมนีโร่รีรันเร็วจังมีแฮงเอาท์เลล่าที่มาใหม่แล้วก็อันนี้ก็คืออยู่ตรงไหนวะเธอเปิดแมปอีกอย่างงั้นน่ะเหรอมันมีแมปwhat เกนชินเดี๋ยวเกนชินนะเธอจะทะเลทรายใหญ่ไปแล้วนะให้พื้นที่สีเขียวด้วยได้วันละผจญไปยังโนบี้ขอกินไส้กรอกแบบหิวข้าวมากแพทใหม่เซตอันเนี้ยเหรอของชายกับเด้านะให้ดูว่ะดีชายเลยอ่ะเป็นนาฮิดะก่อนเลยไหมเป็นบอสใหม่อ๋อจริงเหรอก็ดีเหมือนกันอันนี้บวก HP elemental skill แล้วก็ burst will increase 10% after the equipping this character take bonus โคโคมิก็ได้ปะได้ไหมโคโคมิแบบไม่ได้เน้นฮิวอะโคโคมิโนฮิวงั้นเดี๋ยวทำปกติก่อนผมไปอัปเดตก่อนก็นั่งอยู่จอคอมนั่นแหละอัปเดตนานอยู่นะเกือบชั่วโมงอยู่นะอัปเดตแพทนานอยู่นะพี่ก็นั่งอัปเกือบชั่วโมงอยู่นะถ้าไม่ต้องอัปแพทคือขึ้นได้แล้วตั้งแต่1 ทุ่มอะอร่อยมากพี่ยังไม่ได้กินข้าวกินแล้ว กินแล้วแต่มันไม่อิ่ม กินแล้วแต่มันไม่อิ่มเซียวใส่C6ได้นะอุ้ยเอ้ยเวิร์ดเควสนี่ว่าเดี๋ยวกินลูกชิ้นปลาเมื่อวานแล้วก็มันน้อยมากก็เลยเทไส้กรอกลงไป1 ถุงไส้กรอกที่ซื้อจากเซเว่นอะไส้กรอกCPนั่นแหละน่าจะเควสน้องเจดภาคต่อ What the fuck ที่บอกว่ายังไม่จบอะนะโอ้ยเจดลูกเอาอยากรู้แค่ว่าตอนจบน้องได้พ่อคืนไหมหรือว่าก็ไม่อยู่ดีเธอมาอยู่ในนี้แล้วฉันจะหาเธอเจอได้ไงอุ้ยCP อร่อยใช่ไม่บอกงั้นให้น้องแบบพูดคนเดียวไปก่อนนะระหว่างน้องคุยกันก็บี้งับปลาเส้นเจดก็อยู่บ้านน้องที่รักอ่ะหาไม่เจอเอง อะไรอ่ะไม่เคยรู้ด้วยซ้ำว่านี่บ้านเจดอันนี้คือภารกิจช่วยเบนเหรอข้ามทุกอย่างเลยมันก็ข้ามอยู่เนี่ยก็ไม่ได้อ่านนะภารกิจช่วยเบนสินะยังไม่เล่นหรอกมาเก็บไว้แล้วก็เก็บเพชรทั้งหมดเก็บ achievement แล้วเราก็ทำนาฮิดะหลังจบเควสไม่มีใครกลับมามีชีวิตมีแต่ตายกับตายจ้ะคือเราตายทุกคนยกเว้น Traveler กับ Paimon พอเป็น NPC นะพวกหมีนี่ฆ่าเป็นหมูเป็นหมา NPC นี่แบบฆ่าแบบไม่ใยดีเลยนะโฮโยเวิร์สเนี่ยเอาไปเอามีให้เก็บอีกอันหนึ่งเหรอนี่อย่างวะ ไม่เก็บแล้วกันฮึบจริงๆถ้าใช้ตัวอื่นวิ่งอาจจะเร็วขึ้นนะมันมาทางนี้ใช่ไหมว่าคอมมิชชั่นเนี่ยโอ้โหวิ่งจนจะถึงแล้วโอ้อยู่ทางนี้จริงด้วยดังแน่วันดีนะปุ๊บปั๊บปุ๊บปั๊บปุ๊บปั๊บจริงๆมันก็มีจุดวาร์ปปะวะนิวซับไม่จริงจบเมืองน้ำแข็งตายทั้งโลกคือเว้นผู้เล่นตัวละครไปสบายส่วนผู้เล่นใจสลายจ้ะอ้าวอยู่ข้างบนเหรออ๋อโอ้ไปทางไหนเอ่ยพอมีไอ้ซูเปอร์แมนอันเนี้ยของโซเมรูทำให้ชีวิตง่ายขึ้นเยอะเลยเนาะ
Scorching hot days and freezing cold nights. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
สไปเดอร์แมนสิเมื่อกี้พี่พูดว่าอะไรซูเปอร์แมน เฟลแล้วหนึ่งตกเรื่องหลังแล้วหนึ่งอันนี้คืออะไรอ่ะทำไมเรียกฉันว่าซูเปอร์แมนหนูขอโทษ I'm sorry โอ้ดูแคมป์อยู่ไหนอู้ไกลจังวะปิ๊บนี่ทำอะไรตกปลาไม่ได้ตกปลาเลยที่เนี่ยเพชรสเนกเหรอโอ้มัชลูมอ๋ออยู่บนต้นไม้ไอเราก็หาตั้งนานไปล่วงความสามารถในการตกต้นไม้นะคะความสามารถส่วนตัวตึ๊บอันนี้เหรอเดี๋ยวนะแล้วเราดูตรงไหนวะอีเพชรสเนกเนี่ยหน้าตางูเหมือนหน้าตาอาหารเลยแม่งเอ้ยพี่ครับเกมนี้เล่นยากหรือเปล่าไม่ยากครับเกมนี้เล่นง่ายมาก ถ้าเราไม่คิดจะแบบอยากจริงจังอะไรขนาดนั้นเกมนี้เล่นง่ายมากถ้าเรามาเพื่อแบบเล่นเนื้อเรื่องเกมชิวๆไม่ได้อยากแบบปั้นแบบอยากได้แบบดาเมจเยอะๆอะไรเงี้ยก็เล่นง่ายไม่เห็นจะเหมือนเพชรตัวนี้เลยอ๋อเพชรเนกฟู้ดงูกินปลาด้วยวะงูไม่กินปลาไม่ใช่เหรอสงสัยฉันมีความสงสัยหลายอย่างในตัวเธองูกินปลาเดี๋ยวงูฉลาดนะเพราะงูมันกินปลาใครเคยได้ยินอีแบบเนี่ยคำพูดนี้บ้างกินปลาแล้วฉลาดก็เหมือนพี่รู้สึกว่ามันเป็นแบบคำพูดที่น่าจะแบบได้ยินกันทั่วๆไปแต่บางคนแบบไม่เคยได้ยินจริงๆไม่ก็เลยสงสัยว่ามันเป็นเรื่องปกติไหมแล้วคำเนี้ยจริงไม่ได้จะเปิดตู้เนี้ยตู้นี้ไม่ได้อยากเปิดตู้นี้ไม่อยากเปิดอยากเปิดตู้ถัดไปก็ใกล้เกินเนาะคอมมิชชั่นเนี่ยเดี๋ยวนี้มีเพิ่มโอเมก้า3จริงอะไรนั้นแต่ก่อนเนี่ยเป็นแบบน้ำมันตับปลากินแล้วฉลาดกินเพื่อแบบให้กินแล้วให้ฉลาดอะไรเงี้ยไม่เห็นจะจริงเลยแม่งบี้กินแล้วบี้ก็ยังโง่อยู่บำรุงสมองอะใช่แต่กินแล้วฉลาดนี่ไม่น่าใช่นะงาตีของเราอ้าวเดี๋ยวนะยังไม่หมดอีกเหรออันตีเลล่านี่คือเป็นสิ่งเดียวที่ทำให้เรายังสู้ได้นี่ก็ฉลาดของผมนะมันต้องดูว่าเราเทียบการฉลาดในเรื่องไหนอะถ้าเป็นเรื่องการเรียนคิดเลขก็ไม่น่านะผมเคยได้ยินผมเลยไม่กินรูบี้พิสูจน์มาแล้วก็ไม่แบบเหมือนเข้าใจความแบบแม่แบบได้ยินแล้วก็แบบเฮ้ยมันดีนะลูกนะกินปลาแล้วฉลาดก็เลยให้กินปลาบ่อยแบบมื้อเย็นเป็นปลาทุกวันอะช่วงนั้นอะมันก็เลยแบบ คล้ายๆว่าจะติดจำได้กินปลาบ่อยมากตอนเดี๋ยวนี้ต้องบอกว่ากินแล้วดีต่อสุขภาพใช่อู้ ไม่ได้พันถวายนานขนาดไหนจากเลเวล22เป็นเลเวล28มันมีกี่เวลเนี่ย50เลยเหรอชิบหายแล้วจิบหายแล้วตัวโดยทั่วไปคนที่อายุมากกว่าควรจะฉลาดกว่าคนที่อายุน้อยกว่าวัดในเชิงของเวลาที่มีชีวิตเอาเดี๋ยวเสร็จแล้วยินดีด้วยมันไม่ควรจะนับอย่างนั้นปะคนอายุน้อยกว่าก็ฉลาดกว่าปะมันไม่ควรจะนับว่าเกิดก่อนควรจะฉลาดกว่าแต่ถ้าบอกว่าเกิดก่อนคนมีวุฒิภาวะมากกว่าอันนี้ใช่แต่ถ้าบอกว่าเกิดก่อนคนฉลาดกว่าอันนี้ไม่น่าใช่แต่พอทำงานแล้วอายุไม่เกี่ยวแล้วปะตอนเรียนอาจจะใช่แต่ตอนแบบทำงานแล้วอายุไม่น่าเกี่ยวในช่วงของ
Ad Astra Abbott.
จ้ะ
Thank you for completing today's commissions. Ad Astra.
มันผ่าน on exploration เรียบร้อยเก็บกล่องแป๊บเดียวเดี๋ยวก็เลยว่าแป๊บเดียวเหรอคุณยิมี่หมดยังอันนี้เดี๋ยวค่อยเก็บเรซินเอากด B ไม่ใช่เหรอวะเรซินเรซินอาจจะต้องใช้ว่ะสุ่มกาชา2 ลูกที่น่าจะเกลือนั่นสินะ
What did you say?
ต้องใช้เรซินไอ้บอสใหม่ของนาฮิดะก็ต้องใช้เรซินปะไม่ใช่ต้องใช้เรซินเป็นบอสแบบบอสประจำวันหรือว่าเป็นบอสทั่วไปบอสประจำวันหรือบอสแบบ weekly boss หรือว่าบอสธรรมดาหมดละดูมันยืนเดินเรียงกันเธอสวยใช่สับละแล้วนี่ยังไม่ได้ตีตะการละมุดเลยนี่หว่ายังไม่ได้ตีละมุกเลยเดี๋ยวค่อยไปหาละมุก ไปหาละมุก
Dare to mess with me. Row, row, row.
อ้าว
Not now. This may be too late for regret.
เดี๋ยวเราจะเจอหนอนอีกตัวหนึ่งปะซึ่งจริงๆแล้วตอนนี้ก็ยังไม่เข้าใจว่าไอ้ตัวนี้ทำยังไงมันถึงจะล้ม เพราะบางทีทำน้องก็ล้ม บางทีทำน้องก็ไม่ล้มอย่างเงี้ย
The night is cold, cold. Mine to commit.
เนี่ยก็ไม่เข้าใจคือต้องยิงอีลูกๆเหรอ แต่พอยิงอีลูกๆบางทีมันช้าไปอ่ะ
We'll see about that. Gears of the storm.
โอเคปะทำให้แตกวิธีไหนก็ได้ แล้วเมื่อกี้มันแตกยังไงวะ ลูกบอลถ้าแตก2 ลูกขึ้นไป อ๋อ2 ลูกขึ้นไป เรามาเปลี่ยนทีมเล่นกันดีกว่าเอาน้องคีไปเล่นไหม น่าจะเพนอยู่นะ น้องคีไปเล่นหูเถาแล้วกันหูเถาหูเถาหูเถาหูเถาหูเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถาเถา หุดเท้าว้าวว้าวว้าวว้าวน้ำแข็งน้ำมันต้องมีได้เรามีนาฮิดะหรือเปล่าอยู่แล้วด้วยเปล่าข่าวสุดท้ายแล้วกัน
Send one, send them all.
บางทีโยนใส่วัวก็แตกเองใช่เมื่อกี้ก็โยนมั่วๆแล้วมันก็แตกก็เลยแบบวัดมีวัดนิดนึงขอกินน้ำแป๊บหนึ่งนะน้องทำไมหูเถาเลือกแค่นั้นไทโอโหลดซุปเปอร์คอนดักเซอร์เวิลกินน้ำแป๊บเมื่อกี้ที่เราทำเซอร์เวอร์ได้ไงเหรอโอเคฉันทำได้สินะเมื่อกี้โอเคปะนาฮิดะแอคทูฟาร์ซันโยอิไงครับโอเคครับนาฮิดะแอค2โฮมคัมมิ่งไหนวะป้านาฮิดะลูกแม่มาแล้วนาฮิดะเพิ่งเคยได้ยินนกร้องครั้งแรกเสียงประมาณนี้น่าจะโอเคแล้วล่ะ
Hey, isn't that Nahida? Nahida! Jaime didn't think we'd run into you here. Oh, hey there. It's been a while, hasn't it? What have you two been up to?
เดี๋ยวว่าไปอัพ20 นาทีเองนะจ้า
and enjoying yourselves. How about you? What are you up to now? I'm just looking out for some leads while getting some fresh air. I noticed that I have some blurry memories after saving Ermin's soul. I almost feel like there's still something extremely important I need to do. But I can't remember what it is. What is that? Don't worry, we'll help you remember. Thank you so much. Since you're willing to help, I have something I'd like to show you.
พอเราบอกว่าเราจะช่วยนาฮิดะคือแบบนี่ไงอีหยังวะนะอะไรอะเมล็ดไฟเหรอ
It's beautiful. It looks like it's filled with some kind of power. I found it in the sanctuary of Shiro-sama, but I have no recollection of it whatsoever. It's filled with pure elemental power that is quite similar to mine, but yet it's also a little different. It's very likely that it's connected to my foggy memory, but I can't figure out what it is. Traveler, do you have any ideas?
เราก็บอกว่ามันน่าสงสัย
You know, Nahida, we just happen to be going on an adventure right now. If we find anything, we'll be sure to let you know right away. Thanks, you two. I didn't mean to trouble you again.
ตาน้องสวยๆ
Don't
เนาะ
mention it. Besides, it seems you've got a lot on your mind, and we'd like to help.
เดี๋ยวบี้ขออนุญาตปิดแชท
Hey, get out! You shouldn't be around here! I'm sorry, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Fungi don't usually come near this place. Last warning! Get out before I kick you out, you hear?
Hang on. I think it's trying to tell us something.
But Great Dendro Archon, it's a monster!
Please, don't worry.
น่ารักอ่ะ
I think I understand. Seems that it wants us to follow it.
น่ารักอ่ะ
You can understand it? Even though different creatures have varying habits and ways of communicating,
น่าเชียดดี
the
ลูก
emotions we experience are all the same. I can feel its anxiety and fear. It's in dire need of our help. Well, fungi are kinda cute, but...
น่ารัก
Alright, lead the way, little fungus. Although they all look about the same, some fungi are friendly,
คุยเป็น
while
เลย
others are super aggressive and attack anyone they see.
ใช่ไหม
It can't be helped. Perhaps in their eyes,
Floating
humans are like
hydrofungus.
fierce monsters as
ใช่
well.
น้อง
After all, they can't distinguish which human behaviors are hostile or not, and it'd already be too late for them once humans have drawn their weapons. Hence why they tend to strike first, rather than waiting.
เห็ดชิ้นใหญ่เห็ดย่างบูลลี่อ่ะเดินเรียกบูลลี่น้องอ่ะ
That's
ไอ้
what I
น้อ
meant by
ง
shared emotions.
ไปนะน้องเห็นแล้วหิวเห็ดโอ้ยรักบูลลี่
It
Pokemon
appears
เหรอ
it
จ๊ะ
was in a hurry because of this unconscious fungus. Seems like they might be family. So maybe this fungus wanted to bring Nahida here to help its family member. Probably. Although fungi are simple creatures, they're very sensitive to elemental power. Maybe it noticed me on my way back and thought I'd be able to help. I'll take a look. I should be able to help if it's just a common illness. What is it, Nahida? Strange. Very strange. This fungus didn't develop from a spore. It's an elemental life form. Huh? An elemental life form?
Huh?
Yes. Although the fungi you normally see are capable of using elemental powers, they're merely borrowing elemental power from nature around them. As for this fungus, it has elemental power flowing through it. Definitely not anything like your typical fungus.
อ๋อ
Exactly. This is very interesting. I've never seen anything like it. So this is a first even for Nahida. But that's not all. There's a
ยังไม่
large
ข้ามเหรอ
void
เรา
within
จะ
this
ข้ามเนื้อ
elemental
เรื่องทำ
power.
ไม
The void is stopping
เรา
the
มาเล่นเนื้อ
elemental
เรื่อง
power
นะ
from flowing normally, which must be why it fainted. So do you think it'll wake up if we can fill the void? Yes, and I just so happen to be good at this sort of thing.
นี่รักอ่ะ
I'll see
โห
what
ด
I
ร้า
can
ย
do right away.
เทพเดนโด เฮ้ยน่า
My
รัก
power was compatible. Looks like everything is fine now.
Lord of Dendro? Is it really the Lord of Dendro? Oh, I can't believe the Lord of Dendro saved me. Thank you.
เกมนี้ไม่มีให้ข้ามเนื้อเรื่องด้วยนะ ก็ถ้าเรากันคุณ
Oh, I
แล้วถ้า
didn't
เราเล่น
expect
เนื้อเรื่อง
such
เรา
a
จะเข้าเนื้อ
strange
เรื่องทำไมวะ
creature to make a sound like that. Seems I'm just as shocked as you are.
What? Of course Paimon can talk. Paimon isn't a strange creature. Paimon's just... Paimon!
Hello, Paimon. I am not
เฮ้ย
yet
ทำไม
able to evaluate
เสียง
an
ภาค
organism's
เผ็ด
intelligence from
ภาษา
its
อังกฤษมัน
appearance.
เป็นอย่างนี้วะ
I will only know you are able to speak once you have spoken.
Oh, well, no need to take it seriously. It's no big deal. But does Paimon really look so dumb that people might think Paimon doesn't know how to talk?
เธอก็น่าจะดูออกนะ There's no need to start worrying about that all of a sudden ไพ่ว่าทำไมจู่ๆไพ่ว่าหนึ่งคิดว่าตัวเองดูโง่วะทั้งๆที่มันก็แบบเต้นอย่างเงี้ยตลอด
You misunderstand, Paimon. A mouth is used for
ก็
eating,
ภาษาอื่น
breathing,
เสียง
and
ภาค
other
ฟังกายมันเป็นอย่าง
functions
งี้
that
ปะ
are more important than speaking. So a creature may not speak even if it
ที่รัก
has
บู
a
ลลี่
mouth.
น้อง
I've never seen a creature like you before, so I dared not make the assumption that you could speak. Even if you do possess a number of human traits, it is still very common for creatures to have similar external forms but completely different interiors, just like fungi and slimes.
Did this fungus study at the academia? Seems even more talkative
ฟัง
than
กายมีสมอง
You're not a fungus, are you?
มันก็ไม่
That's correct.
เธอก็ใช้เสียงเอียน
This
เอาเหรอ
might be surprising to you, and I'm sure that you must have questions. Let's find somewhere else to talk. It might startle my fellow family members if I speak too much using this strange voice. Me, 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 me. It says that it's very thankful for your help.
มันพูดได้สองภาษาอีเห็ดตัวนี้มันเป็นไบลิงกัว
I was confident that I knew of all the creatures in Tibet. Even if there are ones I've never seen with my own eyes, I thought I possessed all the relevant knowledge about them. However, even if I were to lay out the traits of all elemental life forms, you don't seem to match any of them. What
ทำไม
are
เจ็บ
you?
ข้อมือวะ
And where did you come from?
I come from an ancient race. We have existed for a very long time, possibly longer than any records in existence. My home was filled with flowing water and great mountains.
คุณ
Lush
สมบั
grass
ติต้อง
covered
พูด
the
ได้
land,
30 ภา
and
ษา
my
ไง
family
ที่
and
แต้ม
I
เคยบอก
lived in bliss and happiness.
แต้มรอ
Until the apocalypse came and changed my home forever. A horrifying power consumed all there was. The seeds of catastrophe nested and grew inside of us, twisting and warping us, causing us to lose control. We were victims of the apocalypse, yet in time, we also became the apocalypse itself.
what
The apocalypse? I'm not sure what it means either.
พี่โอสวัสดี
It
ค่ะ
sounds like some kind of old fable.
It's a long and complicated story. It will take me
He's
some
in
time
game and
to
a port move.
explain it clearly.
มือขวา
Don't
ที่กด
worry,
เมาส์
I'll
อะนะ
listen. Please continue.
สวัสดีนะ
I was lucky and managed to survive. Afterward, I left with some of my family and came to Sumeru to search for a way to rescue my homeland. We came in contact with many species and learned from their cultures and knowledge, hoping to understand the truth behind the apocalypse. We later found out that humans know the power of the apocalypse and refer to it as forbidden knowledge.
Your home was destroyed by forbidden knowledge? Does that mean you're from the desert? It's said that they are looking for a way to save their homeland, but the catastrophe of the desert should have ended a long time ago.
The Lord of Dendro is correct. We are not from the desert. I would very much like to tell you the location of my homeland, but unfortunately, I've forgotten. That may sound a little odd, as it is very important to both me and my family.
Yes, how could you forget?
I am a life form that was contaminated by the apocalypse. A part of my knowledge and memory was taken away as the contamination inside of me was purged.
Ah, I get it now.
อันนี้
So
เควส
the
ใหม่
void
สิ
of
นะ
elemental
ผมยังไม่
power
ได้
was
เปิด
left
แมป
behind from when the
อันนี้
forbidden
เควสใหม่
knowledge was purged. I'm sorry. I hadn't considered that kind of possibility.
That's okay. Lord of Dendro, there is no need to apologize. Without your help, I would have lost more than just my knowledge and memory. And not only did you save me, but you've also already rid the world of the remaining forbidden knowledge, right?
That's right. The forbidden knowledge is no more, and your homeland should be safe now.
My home should be safe now. We can go home. For the longest time, this moment has only seemed like a dream. I never knew it would become a reality so quickly. I was unable to fulfill our calling. I never found a way to save my homeland, and I have even forgotten where it is.
It's not your fault. You've already done everything you can. Every species paid a grave price in the fight against forbidden knowledge. This is not a responsibility you should carry on your own. You mentioned that there were other survivors besides yourself. Where are they? Maybe they'll remember.
The apocalypse put us through immense pain. Many of my family members have already met their end. I'm not sure who else is still alive.
Don't worry, I should be able to find them. Just leave it to me.
เห็นได้
I'll
กี่
leave
โมง
the
ก็ไม่รู้แห
rainforest
ละ
to the Aranara. And as for the city, there are a few nice kids that should be willing to help. Oh yeah, they'll give us a hand.
ฮะ
Give me a moment. I'll contact them right now.
เดี๋ยวนะเราคุยกับใครวะ ฮะ ใครวะที่จะช่วย
That should do it. It may take some time to find them, so let's wait for a bit.
ใคร
Thank
บ้าง
you,
วะ
Lord of Dendro. We all believe that you will keep your promises. The moment I saw you when I awoke, I had a feeling you were here because of the agreement.
Hmm? Agreement?
You might not remember, but this is a prophecy that we deeply believe in. That
ใน
the
ดา
Lord
บอด
of
แคน
Dendro will bring us home once the catastrophe comes
เอา
to an end.
จริง
Ah, I see. I'm sorry. There are also some blurry segments in my memory as well. But I'm very concerned about your homeland. This is something I should help with. It's really no trouble to me at all.
Would you all be willing to come with me somewhere as we wait?
นาฮิดะ
The
ส่ง
more family members
ซิก
that
โน
can
หาใคร
return
วะ
home with me, the better.
But didn't you say that you don't know where they are?
Yes, but I
สาม
know
สี่
their
ชั่วโมง
end. I will explain it to you along the way.
ป้าวิ่ง อู้อ้าว จะเก็บของ
There's something that I'm very concerned about. Yes, I didn't mention it just now.
ยาปลาเหมือน
But do you remember when I told you that the
คืนก่อ
power
น
in
ใช่
the crystal is very
เท่า
similar
ที่
to
จำได้
mine,
ก็
yet
ส่งอา
also
รานาล่า
different?
กับเด็ก
The elemental power inside the crystal
Sumelu.
is completely identical to that of the fungus. What? Exactly. The prophecy that it mentioned was probably an agreement that I made with an elemental life form that once represented its race. I had to deal with the forbidden knowledge to save their homeland. The process, however, took away some of my memories. That sequence of events would explain the persistent feeling that I had unfinished business.
Makes sense. Too bad it's unable to tell us more.
จ้า
Yeah, I've been trying to think of a place that fits the description of its homeland, but I'm unable to come up with anything. Agreed. I really want to send them home, so they won't have to wander around anymore.
เรามาส่งเห็ดกลับบ้านกันเถอะทุกคน
Don't worry, Paimon can handle any road. Ah! Enemies! You're up, traveler!
What the fuck
Time to
Ane.
act. Rain outlines your fate.
Freeze!
Amazing. With such skills, you all would have definitely been able to find a way to survive the apocalypse.
ฮะ
Hey! Paimon has been meaning to ask. You all didn't originally look like this, did you?
No, we didn't. The appearance of our kind will change according to the environment. After communicating with various living organisms in Sumeru, we discovered that fungi are the life form most adapted to live in these lands.
ก็เลย
Thus,
เป็นฟังไก่
we
เหรอ
gradually took the
พี่
form
ไม่
of
มี
fungi
เย่หลานเหรอ
and became a part of their group.
ใช่ไหมมี
It's
เย่
hard
หลาน
to
นะมี
believe that's even possible.
The most
แต่แค่ชอบ
important
ใช้
instinct any
น้อย
life
มากกว่า
form possesses is adapting to the environment. I don't think that should surprise you, Paimon. Your hand is shaped like that for a reason, so you are able to grip and use tools more easily. The reason why fungi absorb elemental power is to blend with the environment and fend off natural predators. We are dendro life forms, one of the most ancient life forms in this land. That is why we are so adaptable.
So you mean, if Paimon wanted to, Paimon could change into a different form as well?
Not as freely, I'm afraid. You would require a long time to make that happen. Although this is common sense to us, it is still extremely difficult to explain. Putting it as simply as possible, changing form requires energy, and energy comes with time. You cannot make a sprout grow into a giant tree instantly, nor can you force a tree to bear fruit overnight.
I see. Humans have a term for this. It's called growth.
Ah, you're so smart, Nahida! Paimon gets it now!
Growth. I see. Yes, then this is what you would call growth. A most beautiful word. I shall enjoy it more as we walk.
How much farther is it?
ดูมันบิน
We're
ดิ
about halfway there. You're doing great, Paimon. Do you need me to carry you on my back?
ฮะ
Huh? Oh no, Paimon was just curious. Paimon isn't that tired.
You seem to enjoy taking care of others.
You think so? Does the Lord of Dendro need to be carried?
ทำไม
That would be awkward, wouldn't it? Why don't you fly up and sit on top of my head?
อ่ะ
I think we may have a different understanding of carrying someone. No matter whether it's
เฮ้ย
tired or
น้องน่า
not,
รัก
my child is always happy when I put it on my back and give it a ride.
อ๋อ
You mean the fungi we ran into earlier?
Yes, One was my friend, and the other was my child.
Why can't your kid speak?
Because it's just a fungus. I don't want my presence to change or affect the original state of the fungi species here. However, it is slightly different from an ordinary fungus. It seems to understand some human language, so I gave it a name.
Oh, then it must be a really cute name.
น้องไม่มีแรง
You know, like Bongo Head.
You have an odd taste for names.
Huh? Paimon thinks that name is great. Strange and cute at the same time. It's a name only Paimon would be able to come up with.
นั่นน่ะสิ
That's right.
The name I came up with was not as creative as Paimon's. I learned it from an adventurer. Its
สวัสดีครับ
name is-
เอาลืมชื่อ
I'm
ดู
sorry, but I've forgotten. Seems like I've forgotten many important things. Yes, I must remember it before I return. It's just as important as my homeland.
มีคนลืมชื่อลูก โอ้ยน้อง
Yes, this way. We're almost there.
จู่ๆก็มีวิตเตอร์ลิงน้องไม่ได้เสียงแหบนะเขาแค่ใส่เอฟเฟกต์เสียงน้องจริงๆดูน้องเดินเสียงแบบตุกติกตุกติกตุก
The
ติก
withering.
Yes, I have heard humans also call it that before. It's the last form we take when we are at the end of our life.
Paimon It's trying to say that when they've suffered enough and reached the end of their life, they become a tumor of the withering.
Yes, I would have also suffered the same fate if it wasn't for the Lord of Dendro's help.
So, this is how the withering is formed? Previous research has revealed that forbidden knowledge is the root cause of the withering. And even if forbidden knowledge has been completely removed, its influence still remains, which is why the withering remains even after forbidden knowledge has disappeared. They've been tormented by forbidden knowledge for a long time. It's understandable that they will eventually become the withering, but what a sad and pitiful end.
When I left my homeland, flowers like these filled the fields. Each bloom represented an individual life. They grew in the pristine lakes, in the fertile soil, in my home, and in the homes of my friends. They grew everywhere, until the world suddenly lost all its color and became tainted and murky.
โอ้ไม่
But it's
นะ
all right. Our life
ไอ้มา
essence,
แล้ว
elemental
แล้ว
power,
แถม
still resides in this flower. After an adventurer clears the withering, I will quietly draw near the area. If I can sense the elemental power of my companions, then I take them with me.
But that would mean the effects of forbidden knowledge could have...
It's okay. That's not important anymore. I just hope that they can all make it back home. It's not right to leave them to simply perish in the open like this. Now that we finally have the chance to return home, each one I manage to bring back will make me that much happier.
I understand. Just leave it to us. So you're worried about me. It's fine. Forbidden knowledge doesn't exist anymore. It's natural to want to be overcautious when dealing with a... Paimon doesn't get what you two are talking about, but we're all ready to go now, right? Then let's do this. We've dealt with the withering countless times already.
เรานะไม่ใช่เธอ อย่ายุ่งกับเรา
Don't push your luck. Cool it. What's the hurry? Oh, so sorry. Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Witness the power of the wild.
มองแล้วไม่เห็นเลยค่ะ
Time to go. Phew.
องไม่เห็นอะไรเลยเจ้าค่ะเมื่อกี้มองไม่เห็นอะไรเลย
As I expected, it's the last of my kind that I'm aware of. So it wasn't able to make it to the end. If only it could have held on just a little longer.
I hope that you will be free of this pain after returning home. Just thinking about how many elemental life forms have turned into tumors of the withering makes Paimon sad.
It's okay. As long as elemental power still exists, then we will still be around. An external form is but a gift of time.
เมื่อกี้เป็นมอนเควส
Through
นะไม่ได้
growth comes change, and even abandonment of previous forms.
It wouldn't have come to this if we were able to cure them earlier. But I will cure all of them. Even if it's just for the sake of the rainforest and all the life forms that live in it.
Thank you, Lord of Dendro. It was a wise choice for us to place our trust in you and wait.
Hold on. I think I got something. I see. Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. So, they found a fungus that matches the description I gave them. It's currently unconscious.
It must be in a similar situation as I was.
มันดูดีใจมากเลยอ่ะ
Take a look.
ดีอ่ะ
Okay, follow me.
มันดูดีใจมากอ่ะน่ารักอ่ะน้องกระโดดดึงเนี่ยแล้วเราไปไหนล่ะคะฮิดะให้ใครไปหาเนี่ยข้าละสงสัยจริงๆนะ
We're close now. It's just a little further inside. But there are so many fungi here. They're probably all ordinary fungi, right? Yeah, they won't be happy to see us.
No fighting. These are all its family. Although we belong to different species, we've spent a long time living among the fungi. They are very important to us. They can be reasonable, as long as we try to communicate.
What
What should we do? You're the only one who can make it through,
วันนี้
right?
เวลาแป๊บเดียวใช่ครับ
But you'll need Nahida's power if you want to save that fungus. I've got an idea. Can you teach me how to change into a fungus?
What
Want to transform into a fungus? But we don't have time for growth.
Nahida is a god. Changing into a fungus shouldn't be
ฮิดะ is a god
Even gods can't bend the laws of time so easily.
Then we'll have to enter with the risk of being noticed. We may not be able to avoid a fight. But if spending some of my power will guarantee the safety of you and its family, then I'm willing to try.
All right. You have great elemental power, so you may be able to do it. You will have to use power equal to that which is required to break through the limitations of time. I will lend you the relevant knowledge that I have. It should make your transformation process a little easier.
Alright, I'm ready. Changing into a fungus should be quite an interesting experience.
Lord of Dendro, this is nothing to joke about. I am extremely serious about this.
As am I. I'm not joking at all. Alright! Let's not get hung up here. If it's really possible to turn into a fungus, then why don't we give it a try now?
Okay. Good luck, Lord of Dendro.
เฮ้ย
Wow! You really turned into a fungus!
how does it feel
It's actually not too bad. My perspective in this form isn't much different from usual. The unconscious fungus is just below here. Can you all help me determine which one it is? Oh, how do we do that? I'll get close to them while you make your way over from above.
นาฮิดะตอนแป
You
ลง
should
ร่าง
be
น่ารัก
able
คุณ
to
สอง
identify them
True.
using elemental sight since they're elemental life forms. Then, all you have to do is repeat the correct answer in your mind. As long... Okay, got it.
Let me lure away the fungi up top and make way for you.
Alright, good luck, Nahida.
Let's go.
แยกไม่ออกเลย I don't even know which one's Nahida เว้ย What
There's a fungus on patrol in the center there. It looks pretty vigilant, so I'd better go around it. Nana. It seems they didn't notice me. It seems that fungus won't be moving for the moment. I should hurry and make my way through. This is the spot. There are several fungi here. I'll hide and wait for the traveler to catch up. So this is the one. Understood.
I don't think I want to eat mushroom, bro. ต้องพยายามแล้วนะ
Nahida? What's wrong? I never knew that it was so tiring to change forms like that. I even used the techniques that it taught me. Seems like its warnings were not unfounded.
The power of time accumulates slowly and goes unnoticed. A great price is to be paid if you wish to perform drastic changes instantly. Thank you for everything you've done. All seems to have gone according to plan. Now, we simply wait for it to wake up.
Who are you? I apologize. Language is not easy. Need long time.
เลเซอร์เหรอถึงอะ
It's okay, I have good news. Let me explain it to you the fungi way.
อยากฟังอดฟังเลย
Apocalypse ended? Go home now?
Yes, unfortunately, I've forgotten where home is. I was hoping you still remembered.
I
เคยค่ะ
remember. Really? That's great! Home, Dendro Dragon.
Dendro
Dendro Dragon. Ah, yes, the Dendro Dragon.
What
I'm sorry, I just got so excited. I've probably never expressed such emotions before. But yes, our home is the Dendro Dragon.
Oh, wait a minute. Hyman's confused. Do you mean the Dendro Dragon as in an elemental dragon? Like Dvalin? Yes, they're both dragons, but Apep, the Dendro Dragon, has been around for longer and has accumulated dense elemental power. But I don't quite understand. Why would you say that your homeland is a dragon?
ภาษาฟังดู
Because we live inside the Dendro Dragon.
เรียนรู้
The Dendro Dragon. Inside. Very big. Mountains. Water. Trees. Us.
There is an entire world inside the Dendro Dragon's body. The Dendro Dragon nurtured the earliest life forms and protected us inside of itself. It once told us in a majestic voice that once we finally matured, we'd be able to start life in a new world. However, that day never came. Our homeland was the greatest place there ever was before the apocalypse arrived.
I'm still confused.
It's like Dendro slime giving birth to small slime.
Yes, a very good example. It appears that you're much smarter than Paimon. The only difference is that the Dendro Dragon is much larger than any Dendro slime.
Wait, then if that's the case, doesn't that imply that a pep has also been contaminated by forbidden knowledge?
Yes, that is correct.
เคยค่ะ
What has suddenly made you look
เคย
so worried, Lord of Dendro? I haven't seen this expression on you before.
A pep is the most adaptable life form in the world. The forbidden knowledge should have become a part of its body a long time ago. Which means that if all the forbidden knowledge has been eliminated,
then a big void will also form inside the dragon.
I'm afraid so. Its body and soul have probably been in terrible shape for some time now. No wonder I haven't seen a pep for so long. But how did it get contaminated? Was it due to the destruction of King Deshret's civilization? But anyway, a pep disappeared and has been gone ever since that time. It's been enduring unimaginable pain all the while. It's probably in pain as we speak.
So saving the Dendro Dragon is the most important thing you need to do. I guess so. เจ้าค่ะสวัสดีครับผมแวะมาบอกฝันดีขอให้สนุกกับสงกรานต์นะครับฝันดีเหมือนกันนะคะขอให้สนุกกับสงกรานต์เหมือนกันนะเจ้าค่ะนะ
How could I have forgotten? If the Dendro Dragon fails to hang on, the elemental power inside it will no longer be able to maintain its form and will all be dispersed. Dendro elemental power of that concentration will cause the rainforest to overgrow. Giant trees will completely block out the sun. Plants and humans will fight over oxygen. Sumeru will no longer be suitable for sustaining life.
นี่แหละใจเย็นลูก
Hey, what about the crystal? Why don't you show it to them and see if they know anything about it?
Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. We don't have time to panic. Have you two ever seen anything like this before?
No.
Its power feels very familiar. Like something from our homeland, but I don't know what it is. I'm sorry our memories aren't very reliable.
It's okay. I'll contact my helpers just as I did before and see if they can locate your other family members. I'm counting on you all. Your info is crucial to us now.
ส่งหาใครวะนะฮิดะ
Let's wait for their reply again.
อยากรู้จะ
I know
ส่งหา
waiting
ใคร
can
วะ
feel unbearable at a time like this.
Aww.
Thank you. Family bringing fruit.
I explained to them that you aren't hostile. After seeing you save it, its family is very grateful to you.
ตอบแล้วบอกว่าเคยเล่นแล้วเคยไลฟ์แล้ว
Hard decision.
ลองเลื่อนดูได้นะ
Don't know. They are weak. I worry. If waiting, then
เขาก็ต้องมีทีมงาน
Don't worry. I understand what you are trying to say. Family is very important to us. No matter when we were actually family.
ละมุดเพราะ
It has done a lot to
ล่า
protect
สุด
this
ละมุดเป็น
territory and can't help
เบ
but
น
worry now that it's about to leave. Can you do
Okay.
one last thing for it while we wait?
Of course. I can relate to how it's feeling. I need to organize my thoughts as well.
thank you. Thank you. Tend soil. Food. Don't like plant invasion.
There are two things that it wants you to do. One is to look after the land that the food is grown in, and the other is to drive away the plants that are trying to invade the earth.
Soil. There. First. Seed. Here. Paimon understood that. No need to translate. We'll take care of it right away.
ละมุดเป็นเบนะฮิดะแล้วจ้ะ stretchy animal fungus floating animal fungus elemental whirling pyro fungus แง่งแง่งแง่งแง่งแง่งแง่ง
Body and mind. Time to act.
อุ้ยมีอีกไหมอยากคุยอีกอ่ะ
Body and yeah. Body and mind.
รู้สึกเหมือนอยู่มอนสเตทเลย เธอก็คุยกับเขารู้เรื่องเนาะ
Time to act.
เนี่ยเหรอ พี่ขอตัวไปทำโอทีก่อนนะ ได้ค่ะ เจอกันนี่โอสู้
Rain.
We planted all the seeds. It's time to handle the invading plant life.
สวีทฟลาวเวอร์เนี่ยนะ อ๋อ
Flower flowers! It wasn't getting what its dead plants were invading.
Rain outlines your fate.
Cool it.
That should be all of them. That wasn't too tough. Yeah, I've calmed down now. But it doesn't seem like there's too much we can do until we receive some new leads. Can you tell us about the Dendro Dragon? We don't know anything about it. Who is it? And what does it have to do with King Deshret? Well, the history of dragons starts from the very beginning of Teyvat.
โอ้โห เดี๋ยวเรายังไม่อยากเรียน history class.
In those days, the lush rainforest covered the entire nation. Oh, so there was no desert back then? Not at first. That came when a giant spike fell from the sky, turning a huge section of the rainforest into sand.
What?
In an attempt to adapt to its new environment, a pep changed color from the emerald green of the forest to the yellow of the sand. No wonder those two elemental life forms are always talking about the importance of adapting. Apep has always seen itself as the master of Sumeru and has refused to recognize the new order that was established. Even now, it probably still holds great hostility toward the gods. However, powerless against the power in the sky, and then the forbidden knowledge many millennia later, it's been unable to stir up any trouble.
อ๋อ
Conflicts between the two sides are destined to continue until a balance can be found. As far as I know, Apep had been slumbering in the desert, and King Deshret had taken a great interest in it. Maybe this is why Apep was contaminated. I'm not sure what may have led it to become involved, but rescuing it is definitely our top priority right now. The crystal that I have in my possession is probably the key that links the two matters together.
หืมก็ยังไม่เข้าใจอยู่ดิ ก็คือมีหนามหล่นลงมาจากท้องฟ้าทำให้พืชในซูเมรูกลายเป็นทะเลทราย What มันน่าสงสัยนะ
Time to go. Wind strike.
มันน่าสงสัยนะนาฮิดะนะ เรื่องมันยาวอ๋อเราฟังไอ้ตัวนี้ใหม่ได้ไหมปั่นเดียวแง่ง
Thank you, Lord of Dendro. Family
เรื่องมันยาวมากเลยแหละ อ๋อ
You really like them, don't you? Family, like, do you not? quite understand.
What it's trying to say is that as long as family members get along well, then nothing else matters. You place importance on appearances, but we do not. We find the experiences, knowledge, and connections we've made to be more important. These are all things that are more reliable than mere external appearances. These are the fruits of time, and the essence of what it means to grow.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Looks can always change, so what's inside of us is more important.
What if my looks change
It wouldn't matter. Paimon would still be able to recognize you right away.
จริงเหรอ
Understood. Thank you. Still nothing new from the forest. Seems like we won't be able to find your other family members for now. It appears we are out of leads to follow. And if no one knows how this crystal works, then a pet may be in danger.
Sorry.
It's okay. It isn't your fault. I don't think it's a coincidence that neither of you can remember anything about the crystal. Maybe it's because the crystal has a very close connection to forbidden knowledge, which causes memories of it to be unclear. And if that's the case, finding the other fungi still wouldn't help us at all.
The crystal and the apocalypse. The apocalypse and memories. Lord of Dendro, do you still remember the prophecy?
I do. What about it?
The prophecy is a story that connects events of the past and the future. A family member once said that the apocalypse is a part of us, and that there is value in preserving it. The rest of the family did not approve of its opinion at the time, so it left.
Preserving the apocalypse? Do you mean that there's still some that hasn't been eliminated?
That's not very likely. The power of Irminsul covers every inch of the land. Did the prophecy say where that family member went?
To the limitless depths east of Sumeru, a murky place that no one can return from.
East of Sumeru? The chasm? What?
Yeah, that must be the chasm, right? But what is it doing there?
It's impossible to preserve forbidden knowledge, but what if it can be converted to a different form? I'm sorry if I'm suddenly not making any sense. However, I do think it's possible. Follow me. I'll explain it once we find that elemental life form.
If you're unable to reach ขอบคุณนะเราจะไม่ได้คุยกับเธอแล้วเหรอ เราจะไม่ได้คุยกับเธอแล้วเหรอ แย่ว่ะ เอ๊ะ ทำไมเราไปไม่ได้อะอ๋อ please head to the chasm underground mine อ๋อ ไกลจังวะ เจอกันอีกทีตีกันใช่
So that elemental life form came all the way here on its own and spent a long time by itself? Wouldn't it already have become the Withering like the others?
There is a chance that it could avoid that end, using the power of something here. I'm referring to what was used to fight against the Abyss. It once repaired the rifts of Tevat long ago.
what
It has the ability to purify and stabilize powers that shouldn't exist in Tevat. Forbidden knowledge that its light has shone upon is kept here forever in a different form.
the oozing field wait what
Yep. It's just like soap bubbles that rise to the water surface.
Another strange metaphor. But Paimon somehow gets this one.
What the Lord of Dendro means is that the apocalypse was altered by the power of the giant spike and hidden within the oozing filth.
Yes, and it shouldn't be far from here. Let's go and take a look.
เราต้องเปลี่ยนแกดเจ็ตปะ
Time to go.
เปลี่ยนอ๋อโอเค thank you จุดนี้ก็คือจุดที่เย่อหลานอิโตะกับเซียวแล้วก็เราล่วงลงไปข้างล่างคิดถึงเควสนั้นเหมือนกันเนาะเล่นอะไรไม่เล่นหาเรื่องกันจัดเอามีหมาว่ะเปลี่ยนแกดเจ็ตแป๊บ
It's over there! Looks like we'll have to clear out the oozing filth in this area. You two should be able to take care of it, right? Yep! We know what to do! We'll just use the lumen stone on the oozing concretion!
No, my
คิด
sword.
ถึงเซียวคิดถึง
Into the
ผู้
wind.
ชายคิดถึงผู้ชาย
Oh, we finally managed to rescue it!
It should be the life form from the prophecy.
That light!
ทำไมเสียงเป็นกันวะ
Wait! Something dark is coming out! Something's not right!
เซียวบอกผมยังไม่ตาย
What's going on? Didn't Nahida say it was purified?
Maybe it's because such a long amount of time has passed. Although the power of the oozing filth is more stable than that of the apocalypse, it is still a form of dangerous power. It might have lost its mind after being soaked in it for such a long time.
Oh no! But we still have tons of questions we need to ask! I should be able to purge it with my elemental power. But this is our only chance. Traveler!
go through อะไรวะ
It's okay. I trust your judgment. I was being a little... Oh, yeah! You said that the elemental power in the crystal was identical to theirs. You want to use its power, but...
The Lord of Dendro seems hesitant. I too would advise caution. It's risky to use its power without fully understanding its intended use.
Don't understand! This no good, that no good. Save lives! Important!
Yes, I understand, but this is our only chance to return home. We cannot afford...
It's okay. There's no need to argue. I'll think of something to do. How about this? Traveler, you could try using it.
เอ้า
I understand that you have an amazing resistance to forbidden knowledge. Don't overdo it, Traveler.
คือนาฬิดาใช้ไม่ได้ให้เราใช้โอเคเธอใช้เป็นด้วยเหรอ
Lord of Dendro, and you others. How long have I been waiting here?
Yay! Looks like it worked!
Lord of Dendro, here in person. Does that mean the apocalypse has
พวก
come
นี้
to
ไม่มี
an
ไล
end?
ฟ์ครับ จน
Wait,
ถึง
did you
17เลยนะ
get smaller again?
เรากลัวนาฮิดะ
I'm sorry. That portion of my
ปนเปื้อน
memory
อีก
is highly unreliable at the moment. I can't seem to remember who you are.
That sounds about right. After all, the purpose of my existence is precisely for those unreliable memories you speak of. You once said that the apocalypse will be completely eradicated, and that relevant memories will become unstable. Even you couldn't promise that you'd remember our agreement after those events take place. However, you are definitely someone who stays true to your word. My sacrifice is nothing compared to your
เดี๋ยวล
result.
งสเก็ตโดให้นะคะ รอดูสเก็ตโดวันอาทิตย์นะ
Yes, you used your power to protect me. That is the reason why I was able to survive here.
โอ้น้องน้ำตาไหลเลยน่ารัก
My end. I had thought I'd be stronger than this.
No one can withstand the power of the apocalypse.
In order to preserve a somewhat stable memory, I had to change the power of the apocalypse into a different form. Only the giant spike that fell from the sky was capable of doing something like that. But the moment I chose to go through with it is the moment I lost my chance of being rescued by the Lord of Dendro. But enough about me. Lord of Dendro, let's get to the important matter at hand. As you can see, I won't last much longer.
I understand, and I'm sorry, but can you please tell me what this is?
This is a fire seed. It's an essential item for saving the Dendro Dragon. Thankfully, it appears to be in good condition. The Lord of Dendro and our people created this item together. It mimics how the Dendro Dragon's Heart of Oasis operates. The Dendro Dragon has been tormented by the apocalypse for far too long. It too is nearing the end of its power. However, if you are able to reactivate its Heart of Oasis using the Fire Seed, then the Dendro Dragon will begin to recover. And as a result, our homeland will return to the way it once was.
Oh, so the Heart of Oasis is a pep source of power.
No wonder the crystal was able to heal this fungus just now. That's what it's used for.
What? You used the Fire Seed to save me?
Mm-hmm. Why? What's wrong?
That's... never mind. It's not your fault. You didn't know. The Fire Seed contains a high concentration of elemental power inside of it. It's very powerful yet fragile at the same time. It is not stable in its current form. To prevent any accidents, please don't use it again.
Since I am its
กลัวแตก
creator, I will take responsibility for it. I assure you there's no need to worry.
Alright. Aside from being able to heal the Dendro Dragon, the Fire Seed can also resonate with the Heart of Oasis. In other words, you'll be able to find the Dendro Dragon by following the guidance of the Fire Seed. But you should hurry. There is little time to waste.
What about you?
Forget about me. You should hurry home now.
Everyone is returning home, including you.
As I told you, I've already lost my chance to be saved by the Lord of Dendro. Lord of Dendro, I thank you for coming to find me, and for being willing to save the Dendro Dragon. Our past has been saved, and our future has been ensured. It's enough for me, just knowing that they will return home.
Hey, wait! It turned into oozing filth.
Can you use the Lumen Stone once more? Please, of all of us, it's a...
This is a small ball of light that it left behind.
I can feel it. I can feel its knowledge and emotions.
ทำไมมันเศร้าอย่าง
As
เงี้ย
I return to its original elemental form, it is becoming one with the other family members. Do not be sad, my friends. Its wish has come true, and
Yeah.
it's very happy right now.
Because its external form doesn't matter, right?
น้องได้คำว่า
Because our external form does not matter, and our home has been saved. There is nothing more important than being together with family.
Let's go.
Home.
นะอีด่าลูก โอ๊ย เศร้าอย่างงี้ไม่เอาเคยเอาใครเต้นกับเดย่าไม่เอาอย่างงี้นะ
It It's not much further. Follow me. We're close now.
เดี๋ยวอ้าวเราไปข้างหลังเหรอไอเราก็นึกว่าจะไปข้างหน้าเดี๋ยวนะเธอให้เราให้กูวิ่งบนเชือกเนี่ยนะไป
Time to go.
I can feel its power lingering and shifting around us. Sometimes it feels distant, but other times it seems close. This is its way of warning us.
แวะ
It has
อันนี้
already
หนึ่ง
noticed our presence.
เดี๋ยวเปลี่ยนแกดเจ็ตก่อนนะนี่เจ๋งมาก
We won't be able to see anything if we keep going that way.
ฮะ
Hey, look! Something's over there.
ไหนอุ้ย
We found it. A pep, the Dendro Dragon.
Paimon knew it would be big, but not that big.
Puny god, puny human, leave my domain. Frail life forms like you cannot survive in the endless sands of the desert.
A pep, we're here to save you.
I do not need saving, especially not by you, Brewer. You are no different from Amun. Both of you have only existed for a fraction of what you know as time. Yet you call yourselves lords of this land by leaning on the heavens' glow. You're better off paying attention to your path ahead, as you will fall where you've fallen before.
I know that you hate both gods and humans, but you've grown too weak now. Can't you let go of your hatred, even for only a moment?
Let go? For only a moment? Foolish Brewer, you will find no gratefulness from me, even if you heal me. You will only be reviving the dragon that will destroy Sumeru and the Seven Nations.
No, you're ill, that's all.
That I am. Time will bring death to all. It's unavoidable. Although I am gravely ill, my mind remains clear. I am different from the ancient dragons that came to terms with you.
There's no need for this. There's no point in fighting. What we need is the truth.
The truth. The shackles that the God of Wisdom cannot escape from. I have paid dearly for the truth, and you shall do the same soon enough.
Hey, don't leave!
Careful, something's coming.
Ah, what is that? Paimon's never seen that before.
It's our family.
Huh? They're your family too? But they don't look anything like fungi.
External form not important. Inner nature say.
The composition of their elemental power is identical to ours. In other words, they're residents of our homeland.
Is this what they've become after experiencing the apocalypse?
This is also a form of adaptation, although a most gruesome and pitiful one. Many of our family members never made it out of the Dendro Dragon. They've gradually taken this form in order to survive the apocalypse.
Is there any way to avoid fighting them? Hey! Can you guys talk? They've given it their all just to survive.
They're being drawn by the fire seed. Only its power can temporarily free them from their pain. All that remains are the instincts to survive and search for energy needed to do so. Everything else has been discarded in the process of adaptation.
So this is the result of forbidden knowledge. Would our world become the same if forbidden knowledge was allowed to rampage across Teyvat? Like fish struggling on land, unable to find a single puddle of fresh water in the entire world.
Yes,
คุยทีหลัง
but please try to be gentle with them. They are not evil in nature. All they want to do is survive.
เอ้าเอ้ยเดี๋ยวเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Clouds
ไอ้
high.
คุณปักกัดเลยไง
Freeze.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul.
Cross over!
แม่งเหมือนปากกัดเลย
Paimon thinks they used up all their strength. They don't seem aggressive anymore.
They want to go home. Yes, it was never their intention to leave the Dendro Dragon.
Is there a way to make them revert to their elemental form? Years of torment is what turned them into their current state. It seems only the fire seed or a Pep's Heart of Oasis can save them. But it'll be risky if we use the fire seed again.
Correct. We cannot use the fire seed again.
Everyone goes home. Not. This is big. Let me think for a second.
คิด
It's fine. Let's use the power of the fire seed. I can't bear leaving them in the desert like this. Don't worry, the decision is on me. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens.
แต่เธอสร้างอีกอันนึงไม่ได้ไม่ใช่เหรอ ชอบตัวงับ มันเหมือนประกาศเลย
It won't require much elemental power. I'm just worried that it'll become unstable. But as long as I use my elemental power to stabilize it a little, it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you. Sorry. Stubborn.
มาก
Thank you, Lord of Dendro.
Returning home is the most important. I'm not doing this just to protect you, but also because I hope to use you and your experience and try speak. After all, that giant Dendro dragon is also your family. Maybe it would listen.
I will stand with you, Lord of Dendro. I will never forget your kindness.
Yes! Thank you. Alright.
หนูเพลงแม่งแบบอย่างเอา เพลง
Family. We will all be able to go home soon.
Whoa. It's shining now.
เฮ้ย โปเกมอน น้องพัฒนาร่างได้ด้วยวะโปเกมอนมาทันดิ ขอจัดการเด็กแป๊บนึงเนี่ยเวลาเราแบบเห็น Vtuber อะถ้าเขาจะเปิดหรือไม่เปิดเรื่องของเขา มันจำเป็นไม่ต้องเป็นต้องถามด้วยนะ ถ้าเราเจอ Vtuber แปลว่าเขามาในร่าง Virtual แสดงว่าเขาเป็นแบบนี้ เข้าใจนะ
Endless amounts of knowledge and emotions are moving inside of me. They're all very excited. To imagine such growth could be achieved in such a short period of time.
It's because you're carrying everyone's hopes and dreams.
Yes, finally, we can go home.
This is the last part. Let's go.
จากเห็ดชิ้นใหญ่ กลายเป็นเห็ดแปลกๆนะที่รักนะ ขอเก็บหน่อยครับ
to act.
เอ้ามี2 อันเหรอปึ๊บปึ๊บปึ๊บปึ๊บปึ๊บปึ๊บแล้วอีกอันหนึ่งนู่นเหรอมันมีกล่องนะโอ้มีไอ้นี่ด้วย
Looking for trouble?
Rain outlines your fate. Witness
โอ้ย
Don't get frostbite. It's this. The wind knows me.
We'll meet again.
รอก่อนนะนาฮิดะ
Cute treasure coffin.
ผู้เฒ่าแม่งก็หนานาฮิดะรอเราแป๊บหนึ่งนะเราขอฟาร์มแป๊บเดี๋ยวเรามานะใจเย็นนะนาฮิดะนะเราฟาร์มแป๊บหนึ่งแป๊บเดียวจริงๆนี่เราเก็บแค่นี้แหละ2 อย่างที่กี้เข็นกล่องอีกอันนึงเราก็จะไม่เอานะเพราะเราดิ้งไปหาเธอเนาะเนี่ยเราแบบเจอกล่องข้างหลังเราก็ไม่เก็บเลยเราเก็บแค่1 กล่องแล้วก็แบบเดนโดคูลัสเองเนี่ยนิดเดียวจริงๆนะวีนะนิดเดียวจริงๆนะวิ
body and mind.
ดีซอได้ปะวะเดินไปก็ได้
Time to act.
ทางไหนวะวาร์ปก็ได้ให้เหรอนะนาฮิดะเรามาแล้วเรามาเธอก็เห็นเราไกลเกินนะนาฮิดะเรามาแล้วเราจะบอกเรามาเร็วมากก็ไม่เชิงยิวแป๊บ
Time to go.
ไอ้ฮีริเคียวตัวนี้มันทำอะไรวะเข้าไปอีกเหรอเอลโล
Freeze.
Huh?
จริงๆเราไม่ต้องทำก็ได้นะจริงๆอะอย่างไรอะแร่เยอะจังเลยโอ้วิวพอยต์อู้
This cave is huge. Could this be where the Dendro Dragon lives?
we can't go any
Yeah.
further
Who knows what's inside that cave? Our goal is not only to find the dragon, but to also enter the world inside of it.
เข้าป่า
That will be impossible if we can't get it to
Ngap, ngap.
cooperate with us. But how are we gonna do that? It doesn't seem to want to help at all. I'll see what I can do. Pep, I know we don't see eye to eye, and that we have a very different understanding of the world and its orders. However, we are both born of elemental power, and both suffered the torment of forbidden knowledge. We are not that different. And right now, we share a common enemy. We should not let our differences get in the way. Wonder if the Dendro Dragon's even willing to listen. I don't care about what you believe in, who you hate, or what you've done in the name of hatred. Nor do I expect you to be grateful. I'm here to save both you and your people. My people. They've been searching for a way to save you ever since they left their homeland. They yearn waited for a chance to return home. And now that everything is over, all the hatred that you harbor has lost its meaning. Rather than continuing to fight, you should consider the life you've produced.
No response.
Your eagerness to survive means that you haven't given up on that world yet. If
Oh,
you claim to
Nahida,
know
look.
so much more than I, then why don't you truly think about why you want to survive? And why you're so vengeful?
นาฮิดะเราจะพูดอะไรอ่ะอ๋อ still no good
Please keep everyone safe and send us to the homeland.
เธอฉันยังไม่ได้กดวิวพอยต์เลยฉันยังไม่ได้กดวิวพอยต์เลยนาฮิดะ
Nahida, where are we?
ผมไม่เก่งอังกฤษฟังไม่ออก
What about the traveler?
แย่หน่อยนะเธอ แย่หน่อยนะ
I was only able to ensure that we made it here safely.
นาฮิดะบอกไม่รอแล้ว
It's
นั่น
possible
น่ะสิ
we arrived at different locations. Well, then let's go have a look up ahead. Paimon's feeling really worried.
โอ้ยไพมอนแบบเป็นห่วงเรา
Let's go. I wouldn't worry too much. The traveler's no pushover. Paimon knows that. It's just that Paimon isn't used to not having the traveler around. Let's hurry. She might be just up ahead.
เอาได้เล่นเป็นนาฮิดะเฉย เอาสปินไม่ได้ด้วย อะไรก็ไม่ได้ E ก็ไม่ได้ Q ก็ไม่ได้วิ่ง เดินก็ไม่ได้ โอ้เอเลเมนทัลไซด์ไม่ได้ลืมนี่คือในท้องของนางสินะ
What's that? That should be the heart of Oasis. All we need to do is light it with the fire seed, and it'll restore a pep with elemental power.
ไหน
The damage
อ๋อ
it suffered internally will also slowly begin to heal. Then let's hurry and light it! We still need to find the traveler! Alright, hang on. Wait! The fire seed! What happened? It shattered. It was even more unstable than I expected. But why? We barely used it! I'm not sure. Perhaps the fire seed was only capable of protecting one person? But if I didn't use its power on everyone, there's no way of knowing where you could have been sucked into. And even if that's the case, there's no reason for it to simply shatter, unless... Unless what? Unless I was already in a weakened state when I created this fire seed. Which would be when we had first saved the desert. Oh no.
เดี๋ยวนะ
Wait,
What?
Let's put that aside for a moment. If the fire seed has shattered, wouldn't that mean we came all this way for nothing? Oh, do you know what we should do now, Nahida? Oh, come on, Paimon, think! Don't worry, Paimon. This is my responsibility. The fire seed is technically just a ball of highly concentrated elemental power. Although my elemental power is slightly different than that of elemental life forms, I gained a better understanding of it when I turned into a fungus. So, all I have to do is imitate that power, while adding some of my own. And I'll be able to do what the fire seed was supposed to. You're gonna become the fire seed?
ฮะ
Yes. It'll take a lot of power from me, but it still won't be anything compared to when I was in the desert. I might, however, become even smaller. What happens if you keep getting smaller? I'll become a blade of grass or a twig. Basically, I'll return to how I was first born. I will be able to unleash power beyond my limits if I can reverse the process of growth.
เดี๋ยว
You'll lose
ทัน
everything.
ทีสวัสดีค่ะ
You'll not only lose your appearance, but you'll lose your emotions, memories, and who knows what else? That's all right. None of that matters compared to the dangers that the Pep is facing right now. No, wait! There has to be another way. Besides, what will Sumeru do if you turn into a twig? Maybe you and the traveler can plant me in the soil of Sumeru once it is all over.
เดี๋ยว
I can still communicate with the world through the forest. It's just that you won't be able to see me for some time.
เดี๋ยว
Curious. If the traveler were here, she definitely wouldn't let you go through with it. If we knew this was how you were going to take responsibility, then we never would have agreed in the first place.
I'm sorry, Paimon, but we're out of options. Not all eagles who have fallen to the ground can soar in the sky once again. But if
ล็อก
your
ได้
life
ที่ถาม
isn't
ไว้
taken,
ล็อก
then
ค
the
อ
eagle
ล็อก
will
แข
be
น
grounded forever.
No. Please, no, Nahida.
แล้วคือดูตัวเราแบบวิ่งมาแบบไล่ฟัดแฟบอะไรใช้ดอลเบลดอยู่เหรอ
The fire seed shattered, and Nahida's, she's...
I know. A sacrifice must be made, but not by the Lord of Dendro. We've all grown on this long journey. If the purpose of that growth was to return home, then our wishes have come true. Would you lend us your power?
You knew it would come to this. All the knowledge, language, and emotions that you have learned will be reverted into pure elemental energy. In your new homeland, nothing of who you were will remain. You won't be remembered by anyone. Is that truly the return you've always dreamed of?
Lord of Dendro, don't be sad. This is not your home. We go home. Lord of Dendro should also go home.
Hear us, please. Feel our heartfelt desires. Awaken!
What the fuck? What?
To imagine such growth could be achieved is
It's because you're carrying everyone's hopes and dreams.
Thank you for protecting your elemental power. Goodbye. We may never meet again.
Huh?
I will return no matter how long it takes. This is the agreement we made.
Cool it. The wind knows me.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom.
Don't get frostbite. Freeze.
Rain cutter, know my sword. Rain outlines your...
Into the wind.
ทำไมเพลงมันแบบ
Cool it. This one will be frozen.
Know my sword. Rain outlines your fate.
Dodge this. One with nature.
มันหน้าตาเหมือนหนอนเลยอะ
I see everything.
Wonderful word. It's more, which means it will be your name.
อ๋อลูกไอ้นั่นชื่อเนอเหรอเพลงดีมากเลยเฟส2ปกป้องลีไลน์ใช่
You hear Paimon? Say something! You fungi said that your form didn't matter, right? And let us know that you're alright!
ตอนนี้นักเดินทางเป็นทาสพืชหลังทาสที่ให้ไปเลยเป็นทาสพืชถ้าเป็นนักเดินทางธาตุไฟส่งไปเบิร์นนี่ทั้งโนเป็นนี่รักดาร์กว่ะ
Their knowledge, memories, and emotions have been reverted to elemental power and released. They are no longer able to respond to you. The guardians that have accompanied me for countless eras have also transformed into my elemental power. Just as they did, they will be born once again now that they're one. There's nothing to be sad about.
But that's different! They won't ever be the same. Paimon, we will never understand it, and it will never understand us. That's how it's destined to be. But as long as you can be healthy again, then nothing else matters to me, Apep. Samara will be free from threat as long as your health is maintained.
I thought that my rage would be kindled once my power returned to me. However, what I feel now is a feeling that has long eluded me. The feeling of peace.
The forbidden knowledge influenced you ever since you were contaminated, greatly amplifying your hatred and rage.
Yes, there's no denying that. Although my hatred for that usurper from beyond the heavens still stirs deep within me. Destroying you and your people serves me no purpose. Be that as it may, my position still stands, and I will have nothing to do with you. When you inevitably perish due to your ever-expanding curiosity, I will still sneer and mock you in my heart.
Heesh! Who can put up with you? I respect your decision, and with
มัง
time,
กรแม่ง
I
ยิง
will
จัด
prove to you that we will not repeat our mistakes. Before you begin resting, there is one last thing I would like to know. How did you become affected by forbidden knowledge?
It's a long story. We all once believed in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us enough power to defeat the heavenly principles. The Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world and led us in a fight against the order established by the outsiders.
Dragon King?
An unimaginable war took place into that, causing destruction on an unprecedented scale. The world itself was on the verge of collapse. In war, the victor would inherit the right to shape the world, while the losers must turn into ash. But I didn't give up on searching for a way to turn the tides, even after the death of the Dragon King. As I attempted to collect more forbidden knowledge from the corners of the world, as it was on the verge of collapse, I was stopped by the giant spike that fell from the sky. Sand dunes arose where there was only forest, and it was as if even Sumeru itself was trying to tell me that the era of the dragons was over.
But you still didn't give up, did you? Because of Amun Al-Ahmar.
Yes. Al-Ahmar eventually obtained this power with the help of Nabu Malikata. His ambitions continue to grow, and he planned to establish a powerful kingdom in my domain. Although I didn't think much of him, I allowed his actions under one condition. The condition was that after his death, all the knowledge he came to accumulate would belong to me. At that time, I still harbored deep regrets. By the time the Dragon King finally returned, the world had irrevocably changed. Some of the dragons have grown close to your kind, and have forgotten all about our hatred from when the world was taken from us. And some died, leaving behind nothing but their bones, while others chose to flee after experiencing pain and agony. But for me, the scales and will of the Dragon King still shine bright in my heart. Even to this day, I will follow it until the end of my time.
You really are insane.
When Alakmar's proud kingdom collapsed, I swallowed him whole as I agreed and absorbed his elemental power. However, what I gained was no benefit. No. I gained the apocalypse. I used up all my strength just trying to keep the pain under control. I had no energy to analyze the knowledge he had accumulated. But even then, I still believe that his insanity was far greater than that of my own.
Bye bye.
So that's
You
how the
haven't dated,
apocalypse
huh?
started.
I admit that I fell for his trap. I was like a final failsafe in his plan. Tiny Booer, and the rest of you, continue forward. I shall keep a watchful eye. How far will a life so dear and precious to the heavenly principles be able to go? I wonder.
Hey! Looks like we've been sent back out! Still in one piece, too! The dragon will need to rest for a very long time before it is fully healthy again. It's not as ruthless as it was before. Curing the dragon of its illness has seemingly made it more open to reason. Nobody's in a good mood when they're feeling sick. Even though we accomplished something really important, Paimon still doesn't feel happy for some reason. Indeed. Although they'll still have the chance to be born again, they've lost their memories of their journey and their feelings for their homeland. Each opportunity for growth is unique in its own way. Perhaps the immense power we released was the pouring out of all these irreplaceable emotions. Can you really call a place with no family your home? Family. Right! The hydrofungus left behind its family. Those two fungi might be waiting for it to return. Oh yeah! Let's hurry and go take a look! How are we going to explain all the complicated things that happened?
นั่นแหละดิ เราจะอธิบายให้เห็ดเข้าใจได้ไงวะจริงเราลงมาแล้วอ่ะเราก็ทำหน่อยแล้วกันติด
Time to go. Follow the wind.
Yeah.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
จ่าค่ะจ๊ะโอ้โหนี้เลยเหรอคอนก้าง7579กับคนสำหรับซับนะคะโอ้โหเขาก็ยังรอกันอยู่ตรงนี้เหรอแย่ว่ะ
waiting here all this time? We're back. I'm sorry. I really am. But it's gone home and won't be able to return for a very long time. Don't be sad. It did it to protect you. Your happiness is more important to it than anything else in the world. It's said that Newer is its most important family member. That's your name, isn't it? This is wonderful. So it has left traces of itself after all. They will definitely meet again, someday.
แม่ทิ้งลูกอย่างน้อยลูกๆก็จำไม่ได้แม่จำลูกไม่ได้แม่ทิ้งทั้งผัวทั้งลูกเลยเมียทิ้งผัวทิ้งลูกเอ๊ะเดี๋ยวนะจู่ๆสมองก็คิดอะไรแปลกๆไม่เป็นไรแล้วกันถ้านางมีลูกแล้วเนี่ยคือผัวนาง How do fungus reproduce วะนางอยู่จนนางมีลูกเลยนะเว้ยนางอยู่จนนางมีลูกปะเอาไฮแต้มต่อHow do fungi reproduce?
You know, Paimon's heard that Alhaitham's been made acting Grand Sage, but that personality of his, oh boy. You think things will be okay? Why don't we go to the academia and ask around?
500 ปีเลยนะใช่โอ้ยไม่แต่คือคนนึงมันเป็นสปอร์ไงตัวเนี้ยเป็นสปอร์เว้ยแต่อีกคนอีกตัวนึงมันไม่ใช่ไงแล้วก่อนที่จะมีสปอร์มันต้องแบบพึบพับกันหรือเปล่า ถูกไปดีกว่าไปแล้วนะสองคนเนี้ยไปแล้วนะเราแบบเราไปแล้วนะเราไปแล้วนะเจอกันนะเจอกันรอบหน้าคือเราซัดหน้ากันแล้วนะบ๊ายบายนะที่มันทฤษฎีที่สมองระเบิดไหมปกติคุยกับที่รักก็สมองระเบิดอยู่แล้วนะไม่เก็บมาแล้วบอกว่าเป็นลูกเกย์จะได้เล่าให้ฟัง
A few days ago, I was worried that I'd have to stop my work on it.
มั้ง
Thankfully, that didn't come to pass.
ถ้าพิมพ์มาอาจจะยากนิดนึง
Azar was one of your thesis advisors. Honestly, I was afraid that you might have gotten dragged down as well. How did things get settled?
The newly appointed acting Grand Sage reviewed all of our projects and gave us permission to continue our research.
Acting Grand Sage? That sounds like a new thing.
Yeah, I heard that selecting new sages has been taking some time, so he's just filling in. But it's all thanks to him that our research results weren't jeopardized. Once my paper is published, I'm definitely giving myself a long vacation and getting some much-needed rest. Mondstadt sounds like a good idea.
They're really out of their minds, making Alhaitham the acting Grand Sage?
Take it easy, Professor. I'm puzzled as well. Just going by qualifications, you're one of our most preeminent scholars. I don't know why they picked a stripling like him.
Fool! Do you think I'm angry because I wasn't chosen for the position? No! It's because I don't understand why they chose him! He was one of my students, but he rarely attended class. When I asked him about it, he retorted that self-study was better use of his time. What brazen arrogance, misery of miseries, for the academia to have him as the acting grand sage?
ก็เขาฉลาดกว่ามึงไง
Professor, don't get so worked up. I'll go get you some water.
Psst. Want to hear a secret? I've heard the new acting grand sage is from Haravatad.
What?
Really? Who is it?
Someone named Alhaitham. Never met him myself, but he's a real hot topic right now. Lots of things being said about him. Hard to tell what's true and what isn't, though. There's also a Vahumana scholar who's been in the spotlight recently. They say that he's a likely pick to be one of the next sages.
Oh, is he teaching any courses? Maybe we should drop by.
Wow. News of Alhaitham being the acting grand sage sure spread fast. Some people don't know who he is, though. Guess he's less famous than Paimon Dot. Some people are saying good things and others bad. Especially that old guy just now. He really doesn't like Alhaitham. Hey, are you okay? You don't look too good.
The Matra.
The Matra?
I'm Ilias. I have to talk to a Matra about something important.
เป็นลมไอ้สัสเป็นลม
The state you're in? You shouldn't push yourself. Why don't you tell us what happened and we'll pass on your message to a Matra?
No, I have to tell them myself. They are the only ones I could trust. Sorry, can you lend me your arm? This is an important matter. Failure is not an option.
We'll get Sino for you.
Fine, we'll take you to a Matra.
จริงๆเธอตอนที่เธอเดินขึ้นมาเธอน่าจะผ่านมัตราสักคนหนึ่งนะเอาจริงๆอ่ะเธอ The illusion of mobs.
We promised to take him to a Matra, but we don't know that many, do we? Oh, wait, Sino should be back at the academia. Let's go find him.
ก็ไม่
Hey there. Excuse us, but is Sino at the academia?
You two look familiar. Are you friends of Mahamatra Sino? I'm afraid he's out on a mission right now. But if you'd like, I can pass whatever message you might have on to him.
We ran into this guy by the gates, and he seems really eager to speak with the Matra. It sounds like something urgent.
Oh? If you don't mind, why don't you tell me about it first?
Siraj.
Siraj. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he a Vahumana researcher?
Vahumana researcher?
Yes, one of their most renowned, in fact. I hear he's as daring as he is intelligent.
เขาต้องทำอะไรมาแน่เลย
There
วะ
are rumors he'll become Vahumana's next sage. But please continue, good sir. What about Siraj?
I want to report him for conducting a dangerous experiment. He kidnapped me, tied me up, and took me to that horrible cave. Experimental equipment everywhere. I ran as fast as I could, a little slower, and he would have caught me.
There's no rush. Please, take your time. What kind of experiments was he conducting? Where is this cave?
I don't remember.
Huh? You can't remember?
All I remember is Siraj walking towards me, and then my head started feeling weird. It's like a nightmare that I can't recall. I just know that that place is dangerous, and that they must be stopped. Oh, I heard they conduct business in the tavern. We have to hurry.
Even if what you say is... All right. I'll have some of my colleagues look into Siraj. But before that, I would like to administer the Matra lie detector test.
You think I'm lying?
Please don't take it the wrong way. This is just standard protocol. Sorry, but can you two wait out here a little while? We'll be back soon.
ถ้าเป็นไซโนคงแบบไปแล้วอะ
Huh? I'll hate them.
Let me bring you up to speed. First things first, Ilyas passed the lie detector test. This indicates that what he said is highly credible. As such, we've decided to launch an investigation based on the leads he provided. Per protocol, this matter was reported to Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. After hearing about it, he left a message for Mahamatra Sino and then asked to join the investigation.
Huh. It's kind of weird for you to be working with the Matra. Is there a special reason?
You're overthinking things. My interest was piqued is all.
ดึง
Really?
ว่าละ
I'm unsurprised you have this much free time. In that case, let's join in as well, shall we, Traveler?
It's already against protocol for Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham to participate in this investigation. As for you two... Oh, never mind. After all, you were the ones who brought Ilyas here. I'll allow you to accompany us, but you have to promise to keep everything confidential.
Don't you worry. Our lips are sealed.
unless it's you Pyron
Alright, in that case, I'll fill you in on what we know so far. Ilyas claimed that Siraj will be conducting some business with a Kasharawar researcher at the tavern. This is one of his few clear memories. It seems he stumbled upon this information while escaping. Incidentally, Siraj isn't at the academia right now. He applied for long-term off-site research 1 month ago. It's close to the time that Ilyas had given, so we've decided to head to the tavern and investigate any suspicious persons.
That's right. Arav, prepare to head out. You two, do as you will.
Oh, come on! We already said that we're coming!
รูบี้รู้โลกรู้เฮ้ยไม่ขนาดนั้นเรามาอ่านสารคดีดีๆนะคะจากอันเดสนะโดยทั่วไปเห็ดจะใช้สปอร์ซึ่งเป็นการขยายพันธุ์โดยไม่อ้างสัตว์เพศซึ่งมีได้2ทฤษฎี1ถ้าในเกมจะจัดให้มีตัวพ่อกับแม่2ตัวต้องปล่อยสปอร์สู่อากาศแล้วผสมกันได้ลูกแล้วก็ค่อยตกแล้วไปตกสักที่I see Thank you for your useful information แล้วไปกันเยอะขนาดนี้เขาจะไม่สงสัยเหรอวะถามจริง
We're here, Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. What's our next course of action?
ถ้าเป็นรูปแบบไม่อาศัยเพศคือสักตัวปล่อยสปอร์แล้วลูกก็ลอยไปสักที่แหละ โอเค
Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham.
Looks like you haven't read any memos lately. The new Academia decree clearly states that even a sage doesn't have the authority to interfere with the Matra's actions during an ongoing investigation. If your superior were here, he wouldn't be asking me what to do. Instead, he'd be telling me to stay out of the way.
You're right. Understood. Then please wait here as we lock down the perimeter and search for suspicious persons.
เดี๋ยวนะเธอจะล็อกขนาดนั้น
Ilyas, please stay here. Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham, I'll have to trouble you with the protection of our primary witness.
Sure. Though I'd rather he just protect himself.
โอ้ยเอาให้แต่มึงเอาให้แต่บางทีก็เกินไปนะบางที
He's the same as ever, casually ignoring people just like he did back at Aru Village.
Answering a simplistic question only enables the questioner. Besides, I need him to understand my position clearly. Arav has just as many doubts about my coming along as you do. But unlike you two, He's making this matter more complicated than it is, with his considerations like the acting Grand Sage is trying to seize the Matra's powers. That question was obviously bait. The Matra were once under the influence of the sages, and so were often subject to these bureaucratic traps. The test was strictly unnecessary, though. I hope that our exchange will assure him that I won't interfere with their work this time.
Why is this so complicated?
This is why I was against becoming the acting Grand Sage from the very first. Titles and rank inevitably make a lot of things more troublesome than usual.
Excuse me, acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. I've had a question on my mind, and I need to know the answer no matter what. Have we met before?
No. I have no recollection of ever meeting you.
Haha, I thought so too. I probably wouldn't have had anything to do with someone of your caliber.
Then why did you ask?
Well, for some reason I felt a sense of familiarity when I met you for the first time.
Really? A misperception,
ขอบคุณ
perhaps.
สำหรับซับนะคะ แต่ขอโทษเลยนะ อ่านชื่อไม่ค่อยออก ขอบ
Acting
คุณ
Grand
แต่
Sage
ขอบคุณนะคะ
Alhaitham, we've apprehended a suspect.
Siraj?
No, it's the Ksharawar researcher who has dealings with him. His name is Narendra.
Acting Sage Alhaitham? Wait, can someone please explain what's going on? I admit that I did steal some mechanical components from the lab and sell them, but does something like that really warrant the personal interest of the acting Grand Sage? What have I gotten myself into? I know I let greed get the best of me, but please, I promise that this won't ever happen again.
I would like to ask him a few questions.
Of course.
Do you know Siraj?
Yeah, that's the name of my buyer. He asked to make the transaction at the tavern, but he never showed up.
What were the details of this transaction?
He's doing some kind of experiment that seems to require many power generators and electrical components that can only be found in our project. He contacted me in private and said that he'd pay a large sum of mora if I was willing to put some aside for him, under the pretense of them being defective parts. We had originally agreed to meet at the tavern earlier today to do the trade. I sure didn't expect to get stood up, or run into you all.
Perhaps Siraj was aware that Ilyas might leak information, so he intentionally didn't show up. Whatever the case, it seems that this lead ends here. The good news is, regardless of what Siraj was planning, his progress will now be severely hindered by a lack of power generators and electrical components. We still have time to conduct our investigation. Do you have any more questions for the suspect?
No. He's all yours. But I'd like to borrow Ilyas for a while.
Oh, that's fine. We conducted a comprehensive lie detection exam, which showed that he has a genuine case of amnesia. We're not planning to pursue any further breakthroughs on that front. However, I am curious, what do you need him for exactly?
I've read some papers regarding amnesia, and I'd like to try restoring his memories.
I see. We'll be returning to the academia then. I'll leave Ilyas in your care.
Follow me.
ห้าวจังวะห้าวแล้วห้วนจัดทุกคนเดี๋ยวแป๊บหนึ่งนะเดี๋ยวบี้ขอไปห้องน้ำแป๊บนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวบี้มานะ กลับมาแล้วของที่รักบอกว่า3ถ้ามันไก่สมุนไพรแบบที่ผมชอบเรียกตัวเมียจะวางไข่ให้ตัวผู้ปล่อยสปอร์ใส่ไข่จ้ะแต่ถ้ามันเป็นสิ่งมีชีวิตถ้าตามชื่อมันก็น่าจะแค่งอกออกจากดินที่บ้านพวกเห็ดแหละโอเคจ่าที่รักกลับมาแล้วนะนั่นแหละเรามาต่อกันเถอะ
If my calculations are correct, Wanwan Bookhouse is due to receive
เอา
a
เลย
batch
เลย
of
เลย
new releases today.
เขาว่าต่อ
Might we add
ดี
a
นะ
small detour to
ไม่ได้
our
เจอ
adventure?
นานเลยคนนี้เป็นไงบ้างเรา Find a quiet place เอาให้แต้มเธอจากตรงนู้นอะมาตรงเนี้ยมันก็ไม่ได้ไกลมากนะ
Siraj didn't show up at the tavern, and Narendra didn't give us any leads. Ugh, that means we're stuck.
ไม่ขนาดนั้น
Ahitham, are you serious about seeing things through? Paimon's pretty surprised that you're this interested in the case.
I thought you would have guessed the reason by now.
Huh? Paimon has no clue.
Yes, we were classmates.
What?
Oh, so that's why you asked to come along when Arav briefed you on the situation. So you're not here because you're interested in the case itself, but because you know the suspect?
You couldn't be further from the truth. But I wasn't expecting much from you to begin with. For the time being, all you need to know is that we were once classmates. I became the scribe afterwards while he continued his academic endeavors. He submitted a thesis 1 year ago, and the Grand Sage at the time asked for my opinion. I did not approve of it because it committed one of the 6 cardinal sins by touching upon human evolution. From violating matters regarding human evolution to attempting the forbidden and fearing none, the 6 cardinal sins are the origin of all evil in this world. They are also what the sages use as a reference when formulating or amending the rules of the academia. My opinion was that Siraj's research was both overly naive and in violation of various core principles. The Grand Sage took some of my suggestions on board and ultimately decided to reject the application.
So that's why he's buying energy sources and electrical components.
He's most likely trying to circumvent the rules and conduct his experiment in secret.
That sounds super suspicious. Oh, we gotta stop him. Ilias, can you try to remember things again? Maybe something new will pop up.
I'm sorry, but I've already tried many times. And no matter how hard I try, it feels like everything in my mind is shrouded in a thick mist.
It is possible for a person to subconsciously forget some of their memories as a defense mechanism against extreme stress. However, these memories aren't truly lost, but merely sealed away. They can be restored with the appropriate stimulus. Now, try to recall things you care about. They don't need to be related to this case.
Well, actually, I feel like I've forgotten more than just the memories of the time I was kidnapped and experimented on. The kind of person I am, the things I've done, I can remember some things, but I can't recall some others no matter how hard I try. But I do vaguely remember that there are 2 things that I have to do no matter what.
Do tell.
The first is to get my paycheck from the academia and give it to my younger sister in Gandharvaville. I'm not sure about the details, but it seems that I would send money to my younger sister every month to pay for family expenses.
And the second thing? What's the second thing?
I can't remember. Sorry, there's just so much I can't recall.
จำได้ว่ามี2 อย่างจำได้1 What?
However, you're the only one who has seen Siraj and knows the exact location of his cave at present. As such, we'll do everything we can to help you regain your memories.
Losing your memories must be really painful. But don't you worry, we'll help you get them all back.
Oh, thank you so much. This feeling, it's more than just pain. I don't know how to describe it. I have so few memories that I don't even have a clear idea of who I am. And my head's always ringing. It feels like I could faint at any moment. But amidst all that, it also feels like I've been set free somehow. Nevertheless, I have you all to thank for bringing me what clarity I do have right now. Now, I do remember that I worked part-time at a place in the academia called the Research Preparation Center. That's also where I got my monthly paycheck.
I see. In that case, let's go and find whoever's in charge there.
น่าสนใจ น่าสนใจเควสเอาไฮเทมเนี่ยน่าสนใจพี่ว่าเราวิ่งไปดีกว่า
Body and mind. Time to act.
น่าสนใจมากเลยอะน่าสนใจเควสนาฮิดาอีกอะทำไมมันให้เราวิ่งขึ้นข้างบนอะอ๋อ
Body and mind.
เควสคนฉลาดเราเป็นลิงต้องตั้งใจฟัง นั่นน่ะสิลิงคนไม่มีสมองนี่ต้องตั้งใจฟัง
Time to go.
Oh, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. I've sent this period's research expenses report to your office. Have you taken a look?
ไม่ได้เล่นเกมนี้นานมากเนื้อเรื่องไปถึงไหน
I did.
ไกลมากเธอ
Recent research expenses have decreased quite a bit compared to past figures.
Yes, though that is primarily because there are fewer scholars with research needs. But that can be a rather convoluted topic. Might I ask why you are here today?
I believe you know this individual. His name is Ilias. He worked part-time here, and he's here for his paycheck.
Oh, yes, of course. Though, Ilias, where have you been these past few days? That was our busy period, but then you disappeared without a word. Everyone had to pick up the slack.
I'm sorry, something unexpected came up. But I know I've caused trouble for everyone. Is there anything I can do to make up for it?
The other researchers have more or less finished your share of the work. However, there is one thing that is yet to be settled. Do you remember Chandra? You were in charge of following up on his off-site research application. He retracted his application a few days ago and canceled his off-site project. He's the 12th person to retract a research application this month. I'd like you to ask him why he did that. Chandra is probably having coffee at this hour, so you can find him at the cafe.
Understood.
ใกล้ๆอยู่นะ
Then, about my paycheck.
I'll pay you in full once you return. However, make sure you don't disappear without saying anything again. Be considerate to your colleagues and give them some forewarning at least. Is this acceptable, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham?
I have no objections.
Oh. ทำไมอะทำไมฉันปีนไม่ได้อะ
The wind knows me.
แม่งเอ้ยมันไกลอยู่นะทะเลทรายก็เพิ่มมาหลายจุดเหลือเกินตอนเนี้ยทะเลทรายเพิ่มมาหลายจุดจะต้องคอยจะไม่รู้ยาวเท่า2เมืองก่อนนะ ใช่ ยาวแบบยาวมากอะเคยซูไม่รู้อะเหมือนแบบอินาซูมะเหมือนเขาไม่ได้ตั้งใจทำเลยอะเหมือนเขาแบบไม่ได้สนใจอินาซูมะเลยถ้าเทียบกันแล้วอะร้านกาแฟร้านนี้มันเข้าได้ด้วยเหรอเอาเดี๋ยวนะมาอยู่นอกคาเฟ่โอ้
Elias? Long time no see. What can I do for you?
I heard that you canceled your research project, so I'm just here to ask you why.
Oh, that. It's really nothing special. I just don't feel like going anymore. I'm not the only one who canceled, right? I mean, people have had no motivation to conduct research lately, haven't they?
No motivation to conduct research?
Yeah. Say, who might you be? You look sort of familiar.
Oh, don't mind me. Please, continue.
Well, with the downfall of the Sages not long ago, many of the projects that they led were put on hold while they were being investigated. With the situation being so volatile, people are picking up random things to do to kill time. No one wants to risk starting any new research until it's clear how things will pan out in the future.
When you say how things will pan out, you actually mean what the new Sages would have interest in, right?
Wow, talk about blunt. But that isn't the only reason for the lack of motivation to start new research.
So what are the other reasons?
Well, because the Akasha terminal shut down. I'm sure you're all aware that we require all kinds of knowledge to perform any of the research we do. Back then, the Akasha would respond to any of our requests for the knowledge we needed. It was beyond convenient. We didn't have to spend an extended amount of time studying, so we were able to immediately run various tests and experiments.
I see.
ขี้เกียจ
You get it, right? After having had a taste of something so amazing, who can be bothered to manually sift through data and files ever again? There are only a handful of people at the academia who are starting new projects or performing research. Most people are like me, waiting for a recognized researcher to start a project before immediately applying to join. Although our names will be further down in the paper, we'll have a much easier time. We don't have to do most of the mental heavy lifting. All we have to do is focus on our assigned tasks.
Ilias? What's wrong?
My head. It hurts.
อย่าจำนะ
I remember now. I remember what Siraj said to me as he approached. You will become Siraj number 36. Fuse yourself with a consciousness under my control. Think only in accordance with a set module, like a worker bee in a beehive.
Paimon doesn't get it. What does that even mean?
It's what Siraj was researching and the topic of the thesis he had submitted. Collective consciousness and the path of evolution. Siraj believed that by achieving 3 objectives, he could create a collective consciousness in human society and drive humans toward their ultimate evolution. First, he would rank test subjects in descending order of ability, with number 1 serving as the overmind. This overmind would then divide tasks into numerous modules and delegate them to the collective's members based on their assigned number. Lastly, members would share their memories and emotions to facilitate the rapid exchange of information within the collective.
อ๋อเหี้ย แย่ว่ะ
Paimon still doesn't get it. What's the point of all that?
Think of it as linking many minds together and tailoring a given mind's assigned work based on its compatibility. Eventually, everyone's minds will be consolidated into a new form of existence that is both an individual and an organization. Siraj believes this collective consciousness is superior to individual humans.
bunch of people together. Paimon thinks that sounds horrible.
It's just as Alhaitham said. Siraj gave all the test subjects different numbers. Bigger numbers meant you had a lower rank, so your assigned tasks were less complex, such as being responsible for everyone's basic needs. Smaller numbers were ranked higher, so you'd be given more complex assignments like planning for the future. Siraj referred to me as number 36, and I think that was a low-ranking number. I also recall that Siraj said his plan was proceeding very quickly, and that the hive would soon be complete.
Oh no, then we gotta hurry! We have to stop him before it's complete!
I tried my best, but that's all I can remember. I still can't recall where the cave is. I'm really sorry.
Take your time. You'll eventually remember it all. However, something doesn't seem right. Some details don't add up.
What's off?
You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number.
I'm not sure what Siraj's numbering system is based on. Anyway, we're done here. Let's go.
Please, wait. I heard you all talking about Siraj just now. Are you looking for him?
Huh? Do you know something?
Well, Siraj is pretty popular as of late. I heard he's gained recognition from a lot of well-known researchers. Supposedly, he's a strong contender for being one of the next sages. There are many who would give up everything to be a part of his research team. I'm nothing special though, so I doubt I'd get the opportunity. That said, I do know a researcher who received an invitation from Siraj but declined it. Her name is Janaki. If you're interested, you can try to find her. She's usually reading at the pavilion in the garden.
โอ้โหมาถามคนได้ลิสต์เฉยถามคุยกันอ๋อได้ลิสต์เฉยว่ะโอ้โหสูงจังวะแม่วาร์ปทะลุถ้าหนูจะสูงขนาดนั้นตัววาร์ปแล้วเซอร์เมรูจะเป็นเมืองที่บี้ไม่อาศัยอยู่เว้ยฉันไม่สามารถอยู่ในเมืองที่มีแต่คนฉลาดนี้ได้
Are you Janaki? We'd like to ask you a couple of things
ได้ด่ามาอ่านใจไหมเอ้ยน่าดีใจน่าดีน่าดีน่าดี
Do you know me? I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you.
Are you playing dumb with me?
No, I'm not. I actually have amnesia, so I've lost a lot of my memories.
And? Are you trying to say that I should forgive you just because you've forgotten what you've done? Or are you using the acting grand sage as backup to settle things with me? The two biggest loners teaming up. What a terrible thought.
That's enough. There seems to be a dispute between the two of you, but I have no interest in that. I heard that Siraj once invited you to join his project. Is that true?
So, what if it is? Siraj did extend an invitation to me, and I was also interested in his project. I think it was about collective consciousness or something. Anyway, he said that I could be number 45. I refused because I thought that rank was too low. No one wants to be placed at the bottom. Certainly not me.
Ilias is number 36, and Janaki was supposed to be number 45. Ugh. Just how many people did Siraj have his eyes on?
Tell me, did Siraj tell you how he assigned numbers?
Yeah. Remember how the sages took advantage of the Akasha and extracted Yana energy from our heads back then? They left a document that records the amount of Yana energy that the Akasha had extracted from each person. I don't know how Siraj got his hands on that document, but he used it as the basis for his numbering system.
I see. He believes that this data can be used to evaluate a person's computing power.
Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their Jnana energy.
At most, Jnana energy can only be seen as representing a portion of a person's abilities. Humans are complicated beings, so it is impossible to evaluate them using a single criterion.
See? I knew I couldn't have only been ranked as 45.
What else do you know about Siraj?
That's it. He came to me, I refused, and that was the end of it. Is there anything else you needed? If not, I'm out of here. I've had enough of this eyesore.
Please wait. I still want to know what I did in the past.
You really forgot?
I swear, I don't remember anything.
Paimon can vouch for him. The mantra also said that he truly lost his memories.
I see. You know what? It's better this way. I get angry just thinking about it. So I really don't have the patience to fill you in. All you need to know is that you got a lot of people in trouble back then, including me. That's all I have to say. Goodbye.
And she's gone. She doesn't seem to like you very much. Do you really not remember anything?
I really don't. But after she said that, I've had this heavy feeling in my chest. I guess I did something really horrible.
Do you want to remember?
Huh?
Even though you're a witness against Siraj in this case, you've also lost your memory. No one can force you to remember if you don't want to. Even if you manage to remember, all you would need to do is feign ignorance and tell us that you tried the best you could, but to no avail.
I'm not sure what to do. Like I said before, for some reason I felt a sense of freedom when I realized I had lost my memories. But I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to go free so easily. I still want to remember everything.
I can look up your file. Something that caused trouble for a lot of people in the past must be on file somewhere. Would you like me to look into it?
Yes, please.
All right. Then let's return to the House of Dana. We've spent enough time here, and you should go and get your paycheck.
เราจะได้เจอไทนารีปะเราได้เจอทินารีหรือเปล่าอยากเจอน้องอ่ะไม่ได้เจอน้องนานคิดถึงคนอินาซูมามาทำอะไรที่นี่ก็ไม่รู้เป็นเมืองสวยนะแต่ฉันไม่สามารถอยู่ที่นี่ได้ถ้าข้าจะอยู่มอนสเตด
Let's split up for now. Ilyas, you go and deal with that. The rest of you, come to the archives with me. We'll meet back here later and then head over to Gandharvaville.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Relax, Ilyas. Being nervous accomplishes nothing.
That's true. I'm ready. No matter what I've done, I'm ready to face it. I'll also try my best to remember anything else related to...
I'm holding you to that.
Right. What the fuck? Ride the elevator. ลิฟต์มันอยู่ไหนอะ
Time to go.
ไปยังไงอะจะไม่รู้เมืองดีๆที่ทำดีได้ดีทำไม่ดีแต่ฉลาดก็ได้ดีเหมือนกันไปไหนก็มันชี้ว่าเราต้องขึ้นลิฟต์
Time to go.
อ๋อเนี่ยนะลิฟต์อ๋อเราเคยขึ้นใช่ไหมเราเคยขึ้นไหมที่นี่ที่ไหนล่ะคะอ๋อต้องเคยดิตรงนี้ที่เราอ๋อใช่ ากคัดซีนตรงนั้นพี่ว่านะเอาทีมมาเฟืองมาไฟมาเดี๋ยวเคยมาช่วยนะฮิดะมั้งอ๋อใช่เคยในเนื้อเรื่องด้วยมีเป็นคัดซีน
Surprise, surprise. Now that Kave's back, he's arguing with the scribe again.
ไม่คิดอะไรเลยเหรอสุดหล่อ
Okay. The important files from the last few years should all be here.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Anyway, I found Ilyas's file. Let's meet downstairs.
อ่านน้อยมากไม่ได้อ่านมั้งไม่ได้อ่านมากกว่า
What have I done?
This file indicates that you were once commended by the academia for your courage and sense of justice. You were considered a hero.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Your instructor was engaging in academic fraud, and you were the one who reported him. Your report was found to be true after a series of investigations, and your instructor was brought to justice by the Matra. This incident caused quite the commotion, and the academia sent you a commendation. What is it? Are any memories coming back to you?
No, it's just... my head feels like it's being ripped apart again. Did I seriously do that? Then why?
Let's put this matter aside for now. It isn't directly related to Siraj, so there's no need to push yourself over it.
I'm sorry. That should have been something good to hear, but my body is instinctively rejecting it. I feel like I'll black out if I try to remember.
Take it slow. Recovering memories is no easy task, especially when it involves memories that you don't want to remember. Just do what you think is right.
Thank you. I'm not sure how you're so calm and composed all the time, but it does make me feel more confident about the situation I'm in.
Let's head to Gandharvaville and deliver Ilyas's paycheck to his sister. Come on!
คอลลี่ คอลลี่เรามาหาเธอแล้วเปล่าหรอกเรามาหาผู้ชายชื่อไทนารี่นะแต่เราเรียกทักเธอไปงั้นแหละเราอยากเจอผู้ชายแย่ว่ะกลายว่าไม่ได้เจอชัวร์
I'll need to keep an eye on those meditating scholars in the forest.
We should be close. Let me think. It should be this way.
จำได้ไงอะ
Ilyas, what are you doing back here?
Dad, it's nothing. I was just wondering how everyone was doing.
You sure everything's okay? Did they bully you again? It's all right. You can tell us. Ilyas, what's wrong?
I'm fine. Just a minor headache. I haven't been getting much rest lately.
Back then, I told you not to be a hero. Look how things turned out. I can't imagine how things are going for you at the academia. We've even been receiving threat letters.
You don't have to force yourself to stay at the academia. You can always come back home.
I'm all right. I just need a little rest.
Ilyas doesn't seem like he wants them to know that he has amnesia.
Hey! That's enough, you two. Ilyas isn't feeling well. You can keep nagging him once we get home. Ilyas, let's find somewhere to talk.
ท ทำไมน้องเสียงแบบ
So, how's your headache?
It's much better now. Oh, here, it's this month's paycheck. How's everything at home?
Same old, same old. It's just that everyone's worried about you. Don't mind their nagging. Deep down, they know that you did the right thing. It's just that after hearing a lot of bad rumors about you and seeing all the threatening letters, well, they're mom and dad. Maybe they just want you to conform a bit more.
Conform.
Yeah. You don't remember? After the incident, you... Ilyas? What's wrong?
Ah, I see. I remember now. Don't worry, I remember now.
You're acting a little weird today, you know? Anyway, I understand your decision. But Mom, Dad, and I just want you to be happy. I don't care if you're a hero or not. I just want you to enjoy life and relax more.
Your understanding is a great comfort to him.
Is it? That's good. Are you a friend of his?
More so these two. My name is Alhaitham, and this is the Traveler in Paimon.
Oh, that rings a bell. At any rate, I feel more at ease knowing that my brother has friends. Would you like to join us for dinner? I just happened to buy some extra food.
Sorry, but I still have things I need to take care of.
Well, that's a shame. Okay, I'll get going then.
Take
care of yourself, Ilyas.
Don't worry. I won't do anything to make you guys worry again.
You remember now?
Yes, I do. Thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person.
Is that your way of conveying gratitude?
Oh, my apologies. But I meant every word. Remember when I asked at the tavern if we had ever met? I said that there was a sense of familiarity, but what I really meant was a sense of loathing.
Loathing?
Yeah, but having spent some time with you, I realized that you're not someone I dislike to that extent. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
My strength is that I don't care about what others think. If you could also develop this quality, then you won't be as bothered by complicated social relationships.
It'd be great if I could think like you. But first things first. I remember where Siraj's cave is now. I'll take you there.
Really? That's great! Paimon remembers that you said there are 2 things that you had to do. We've only checked off 1, right? What about the other one? Are we not gonna do that first?
There are more important things at hand. We have to stop Siraj before he completes his collective consciousness, or it'll be too late.
You're right. Let's head out.
ก็คุยกับน้องจู่ๆก็จำได้อีหยังวะ
I need to get results to apply for research funding, but I can't get results without funding. What am I supposed to do?
Hopefully I'll meet a loaded scholar who will at least pay me enough for a drink.
Bruh.
I see everything.
Did the search and rescue dog run off somewhere? Is the trainee forest ranger doing okay in her job? Do we still have enough medicinal herbs in stock?
คิดเยอะอะเราอะทำไมเราเอาหูฟังออกแล้วแต่นาฮิดะก็ยังอ่านใจคนได้อยู่อาแพมบูเจอต่อ
Let's find shelter, or mushrooms will start growing on our heads.
อะไรนะ ต้องหาที่ซ่อนไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวเห็ดโตบนหัว ใช่เหรอลูก แม่ว่าไม่ใช่นะลูกนะ พูดถึงเห็ดก็ขอเก็บเห็ดคอลลี่หน่อยแล้วกัน ลงน้ำเป็นลูกบอลเลยนะลูกนะ
This is the place.
It's so well hidden, but there's nothing spooky about it. Let's go inside and take a...
เราก็จะเข้าเลยอะนะมันเป็นมุกใช่เหรอวะทำไมเขาบอกให้เราเอาสายฟ้าไปถ้าเราไม่เอาสายฟ้าไปได้ไหมได้แหละ เซตมาเฟืองมาไฟฉันต้องสามารถอ๋อโอเคพี่แต้มด้วยไหนดูซิพี่แต้ม Noblesse Alteration 3เนี่ยมันดูเงียบจังอะ
Weird. It's bigger on the inside than Paimon imagined. Are you sure it's Ilias? Do you remember this place? Huh?
I don't sense him nearby.
Did he get separated from us? Should we wait here or turn around and look?
There's no need for that.
Alright.
อาริยะต้องไอ้นี่แน่เลยวะเหมือนแบบตอนที่เขาจำไม่ได้เขาก็แบบให้เราแบบสนใจพอเขาจำได้ปุ๊บเขาก็จะเหมือนถูกคำสั่งว่าให้พาพวกเรามาหรือเปล่าแล้วก็เหมือนเขาอนุญาตให้หนีอ่ะอย่างนั้นหรือเปล่าเอ๊ะ
It's okay, Ilias. You've done more than enough for me already.
I don't understand. Everyone knows that Johnny is stealing your research. Why is no one willing to go public with the truth? He shamelessly used your thesis to send in a project application. And whenever the project hits a wall, he asks you for help. Everyone knows what's going on.
Do you know how many people are working on that project? If Johnny was kicked out because of academic fraud, that'd be the end of the project. Too many people would be affected.
But he's obviously taking advantage of you. He throws you the hardest work, and after you're done pulling all-nighters, he struts around with your research data and takes credit for it. That's not right! Why are you putting up with this?
A lot of people warn me to not say anything, and I think they have a point. This is just how things are. All I want is to graduate without any problems. It's okay. He's at least paying me.
Half a year of your time and effort. Countless all-nighters and casual threats and insults. All for a measly 20,000 mora? He's treating people like cattle.
Enough. It's fine. I just need to suck it up and get it done.
What's the matter? Huh? You could read minds this whole time and you never told Paimon?
Of
แล้วทำไม
course
เราเห็น
not.
น่ะ
I was also able to see those memories just now.
แล้วทำไมไพ
They
มอน
were
ไม่เห็นน่ะ
probably the ones that leaked out while Ilias was connecting to the collective consciousness.
Connecting.
It's clear that this place isn't a work in progress. The hive has long been finished. The collective consciousness project is already complete, and Ilias is now returning to the collective. Not entirely. Keep walking and you'll see why.
เขาตั้งใจปล่อยออกไปเว้ยก็ยังจะมีพัซเซิลให้เนาะ
Positions. Don't be scared.
Here you are.
Everyone hold hands. This dance is for you. completely different from what Ilyas said. This place looks like it's been down for a while.
No best ติงๆนั่นน่ะสิมันเสร็จนานแล้วเนี่ย
Contributing to the collective by only thinking to your strengths. How easy.
ไม่ได้ปะ
I'll hate them. Just thinking of that name fills me with hatred. We must get rid of him.
What เฮ้ยทำไมฮิดะยืนอย่างนั้นน่ะเห็นปะเฮ้ยฮิดะยืนอย่างนั้นน่ะ bro อะ
An entire year's worth of work down the drain. And for what? Your reputation? Do you have any idea how many people you brought down?
You could have played hero any time, so why couldn't you have waited until the project was complete?
I don't understand what you guys are saying. Are you saying you don't care that Raju jumped to his death?
It's a shame. What happened to him? I thought he was stronger than that. Everyone has been working hard to complete the project. He could have endured for a bit longer, but he chose now of all times to...
In any case, we're done with you. Because of your recklessness, the Matra are putting Johnny on trial. This project is done for. None of this affects you at all. But do you know how many people, myself included, needed this project to complete their studies? Now our futures are up in the air. If worst comes to pass, we might not be able to graduate. Do you understand now?
I'm sorry.
There's no need for an apology. It's not like I'll accept it anyway. You'll pay for this.
Hey, you're blinking out again.
Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Save your words for when we see him.
Hey. Bro ใส่ให้ปิดตาด้วยแม่ ในนี้ไม่มีคน
Just in case, why don't we take both keys with us?
โอเคไพมอนบอกให้เอาไปเราก็จะเอาไป มันเอาไปไม่ได้ไพมอน อีกแล้วเหรอ
Alias, this is all very strange. Is there really no research group that will take you? Well, to pass this course, you must complete a paper with other researchers. I know you're a hero for fighting academic fraud, but well, we can't make exceptions for heroes, now can we? Maybe you should try to improve your relationship with the other researchers. Getting a reputation for being too unconventional will not stand you in good stead in the long run.
I understand.
You seem troubled. Who are you? Where are my manners? My name is Siraj.
Siraj, I've heard of you before. Do you need something from me?
The world hates people who don't fit in. I imagine you've had your fair share of trouble. After you reported Johnny for academic fraud, you were ostracized and shunned. Even your family can't understand your actions. However, I'm working on some research that will help you merge into a collective. That way, your life won't be so dolorous. How about it? Wanna have a go?
What did you see?
Paimon can't believe it! He really did trick us! That giga jerk! No, Siraj is the real giga jerk here. Ilias is just a regular jerk. Ooh, Paimon's so mad! We're gonna find him and we're gonna make him explain himself!
Ow. Huh? มันใหญ่ไปไหมในเนี้ย
You've come. I intentionally slowed my integration into the collective consciousness because I wanted to see you one last time as Ilias. And I wanted to apologize to you as him. It was only at Gandharvaville that the second thing I must do occurred to me. Bring you all here to throw off the Matra and bring Alhaitham to the hive. That was my task as Siraj number 36.
You were already Siraj number 36? But you passed them.
Yes, I truly did forget many things during that time, even my identity and assigned responsibility. However, it's not that I got scared and forgot. I chose to delete those memories. It's difficult to fool Alhaitham, so I had to create the perfect guise for myself.
And the best guise is when you believe your own lies.
Correct. I only told you that the hive was incomplete because I had deleted my memories of its completion. It was finished a long time ago. Before I left, I was already living as number 36. Now, I choose to return to that identity. Only here can I be truly free. That's all I wanted to say. After I enter this room, my consciousness will merge back into the collective. And so, this is goodbye.
Is this your decision?
Yeah, the person we know is Ilias, not Siraj number 36. The outside world is painful sometimes, but Paimon doesn't think that's a reason to run away.
Do you need more time to consider, Ilias?
Hey, who are...
That is Siraj.
So you're that giga jerk!
Giga jerk? How bold of you. Have I done something to offend you?
You!
I modified Akasha terminals to allow users to share memories and emotions. Then, I recruited researchers from the academia to build a collective consciousness. I assigned numbers to everyone and divided the experiment's tasks amongst themselves. Here, people can live easily and happily without needing to exercise complex mental thought. This is what they have chosen. All I've done is fulfill their wishes.
You're just trying to justify yourself!
Then I ask you, what's the difference between here and the outside? There are researchers at the academia who engage in dangerous research in extreme environments while others become idle and listless. People are so obsessed with collective will that even those on the fringes will attempt to fit in after suffering setbacks. Isn't that right, Ilias? There's no need to deny this, as it is fact. It is natural for social creatures to congregate together, and the terminus of conformity is a collective consciousness through which even an ordinary bee colony can become a powerful swarm. Replace the bees with humans, and this model becomes even more potent. Welcome to the hive, Alhaitham. You once arrogantly denied the merits of this project before the Grand Sage. A few simple words from you, and my research was consigned to nothingness. Of course, I'm well aware that you don't care about any of this. You don't care about the pain of others. But I didn't give up. I made my thesis into reality.
When we arrived, I noticed many empty rooms in the hive.
Oh, you noticed that? Then can you guess where their inhabitants are? The answer is the academia. They're executing another phase of the plan. The plan to install me as a sage. The collective consciousness links all of us into a single mind, showcasing our individual strengths as we work together. We are able to execute complex undertakings while instantaneously modifying our strategies in response to unexpected situations. Everything has been proceeding smoothly. You are our biggest obstacle. With you out of the way, I'll use my growing influence to turn the collective consciousness into a legitimate study. The project will snowball until ultimately everyone will be part of my hive. No. The hive will be in control. And it will lead the academia towards a new future.
We won't let you do this!
What can you achieve with mere words? You weren't even able to change Ilyas's return to the hive, number 36.
Yes.
Wait! Don't go back! And you aren't an outcast. Aren't we your friends?
That's easy for you to say, given that you're travelers. Will you two continue to stay at the academia? Return, number 36. You know as well as I do that comforting words don't make life any.
Ilias? Why?
You two are just as arrogant as Alhaitham. You think that everyone should be like you and live according to their own truths. But you don't realize that most people simply want easy lives. I allowed number 36 to leave the hive without his memories only because I knew he would eventually return. This proves that I know more about human nature than Alhaitham. Do say a word or two. I will consider them at—
I made those words quite clear a year ago. The model you presented was extremely unstable. No amount of garish packaging will change its fragile nature. It can't be helped. If you were clever enough to realize those problems, then you would have been aware that the hive changed when Ilias returned to this collective consciousness of yours.
What?
What's happening?
The collective needs motivation to execute its plans, just as machinery requires energy to operate. That's why you, as the Overmind, synchronized your hatred of me into the collective, prompting them to create and execute a plan to eliminate me. However, when Ilias returned to the collective, his memories and emotions were shared with the rest of its members. This includes his perception of me.
Thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
This contradicts the hatred you had provided them, and these two differing emotions will give rise to new conflict.
So that's it. Wait, so you knew that Ilias would return to the hive? And then you pretended to keep him around just to fool Siraj. Wouldn't expect any less from you, Alhaitham. Once the collective consciousness bugs out, we'll take that opportunity to... wait. It's back...
Alhaitham, I told you. You're too arrogant. Did you really think that your little scheme would be enough to destabilize the hive? Ilyas's return had indeed introduced abnormal emotions into the hive, but such a meager drop cannot give rise. Your struggle has been in vain, and it's time to end it. Allow me to show...
So many monsters. Where did they come from? And something feels off about...
I also integrated monsters into the collective, though I ranked them last. Even so, they are part of it. Despite their lack of intelligence, perfect cooperation can be achieved, much like soldiers who have undergone strict training. Now then, drown in endless waves of monsters. You will all pay for your ceaseless arrogance.
Hey them? Your plan didn't work, so what do we do now?
I've already sent my gift to the collective. It'll take some time for the recipient to receive it. You two just need to brace yourselves for the nuisance in front of us.
Well, alright. Paimon doesn't know how you get so
ไฮเตอร์แม่งนิ่งเกินบางทีอะเอาจริง
Here. The Temple of Wisdom.
Uphill battle.
Blade, you're up.
Flicker. Defract.
I'll hate them. Isn't that bad of a person?
But it has to be done. You must be eliminated so that we can evolve.
You see? That is the will of the collective. Even with the hatred gone, they continue their work. An external
วาง
anomaly
แผน
cannot
ดี
shake
แล้ว
the collective stability.
โอ้ยอย่ายุ่งกับเราขนาดนั้น
Allow me. Don't be scared.
เอ้า
Hands with the
พอมี5 ตัวแล้วกดไม่ค่อยถนัดเลย
He won't hold out for much longer.
He's a lot tougher than we imagined.
Something's gone wrong with the academia. The march.
What's going on? What's with this sudden influx of information? Silence! As the Overmind, I command you!
Hey! Rest and rebuild! All my strength!
A process of elimination.
อ้าว
How is that possible? Why hasn't it been resolved yet?
Is there an error in our judgment?
The will of the collective cannot be wrong. The Overmind must have made an error in his judgment.
Siraj is the most intelligent among us. He is number one. His judgment is the optimal one.
Is that true? Not necessarily.
This dance is for you!
เอาค่ะจีน
What have you done?
Calm down. Don't you have an easy way to figure this out? You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number. Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their jnana energy.
What you said to Ilias has now become a memory shared by all members of the Hive. I see it now! You've channeled and amplified their selfish desires! You're trying to destroy my Hive from the inside out!
Human minds are not infinitely pliable, and your Hive has stretched many of them to their limit. Once your authority as Overmind starts to wane, it won't be long before your subjects snap back. Is it worth living here like a machine? Being a tool for the rest of my life? As soon as one person begins to have these thoughts, selfishness, doubt, and fear will propagate, thanks to the web of consciousness that you built. At this stage, your so-called Hive has already fallen.
It's not over yet. I am the Overmind! There has to be a way!
It's too late. Once the desires of the Hive accumulate, beyond a certain threshold, they will kill their king.
I wouldn't have suffered such a disgraceful defeat if I was the Overmind.
My numbers shouldn't be so far down in the list. Siraj is a liar.
This isn't what we agreed to.
I should be the one in your position!
ด่าที่รักขิงคัดซีนเยอะกว่าเควสนาฮิดะอีกใช่ไหม
What happened just now?
Members of a collective consciousness are more likely to reach a consensus because of their shared memories and emotions. For example, Ilias did have differing perceptions, but he ultimately followed the collective consciousness's judgment. However, this system is far from perfect. Based on this logic, the collective consciousness will generate an intractable diffusion effect upon encountering negative emotions. The disturbance that Ilias caused wasn't for naught. It made the collective question the overmind.
Setbacks in the plan further amplify doubt, which diminishes the overmind's influence. This inevitably causes the collective to generate negative emotions.
Apprehension, disappointment, panic, avarice. These negative emotions can be very well hidden, as humans generally do not share completely transparent channels of communication. But in the hive, where there are no secrets, negativity can spread like a tidal wave. Of course, what I said to Ilias was the trigger for all of this. A few words were enough. Believe in the power of words, Siraj.
You were already thinking of a way to destroy the collective consciousness. Even back then, you knew that Ilias was the bait all along? But how did you know? Since when?
I knew it from the moment I saw him. Moreover, I never looked down on you. My opinion of you has always been objective. You have a naive view towards the concepts of collective consciousness and human evolution, but you are intelligent and disciplined. You would never let a test subject escape. Mistakes like that are beneath you, and you also won't leave any mistake without a resolution.
I never thought I'd hear those words come from you. But if you're saying that out of sympathy, spare me. I know very well that you've never viewed me as an equal. When you were with us, you always had a distant. You don't need to hide it. I know it better than anyone else. The arrogance that comes with being a genius. Nobody likes being treated like that.
Your perspective is entirely born from your habitual way of looking at things. From your perspective, you probably think I'm like you, someone who doesn't fit in. However, I've never placed myself on a pedestal. I just want to distance myself from meaningless noise and look at everything objectively. On the other hand, you have failed to come to terms with who you truly are. You care too much about winning and how others perceive you.
You mean to say that I'm the arrogant one here?
Is that not so? Arrogant and emotionally fragile. You view people as a simple, mediocre collective, while you regard me as one of your kind.
ชอบเควสนี้จัด
I have lost. You can take me back to the academia to stand trial.
You will stand trial, yes. But arresting people isn't in my job description. I'm just an ordinary staff member. I believe it is the General Mahamatra's duty to escort you away.
มาเหรอโอ้ขอไข่โน่น่ารัก
Kaino? What are you doing here?
จะถามเขาอีก
I
เนาะ
followed the symbols. Looks like things have already been settled.
มานิดเดียวก็มาเนาะ
Symbols?
ตำรวจต้องมาจับ
I left a similar picture in my letter to him, and I made several similar symbols on the way here.
Wait, what do you mean you left a letter? Oh, Paimon remembers! When Paimon first saw you, Arav said that you had left a letter for Sino. So you really did know that something was up with Ilias from the start! You lied to us too!
It'd be best if you didn't spout nonsense.
True.
I never employed any mode of trickery on you. By the way, I came across some information at the academia a few days ago. If you practice the method discussed therein, your vision may improve. Do you need it?
Seriously? This guy. By the way, Sino, Paimon heard that Siraj sent more people to the academia. We can't let those jerks get away!
Don't worry. The Matra have started screening suspicious persons, and we've already arrested many of Siraj's associates. This was likely one factor that caused the Hive's consciousness to waver. Everything went as you predicted, all Hatham.
Good.
โอ้ยไซเดอร์
Seems like the interesting part is already over. I'll leave the arrests to you all. See you.
โอ้ง่ายอย่างนี้เลยเหรอมึงใจเย็น
And off he goes. There still are a lot of test subjects here, so let's stick around for a while.
เราคุยได้ใช่ไหมได้จริงด้วยว่ะก็คุยเยอะแต่มันสนุกนะรู้สึกว่าเควสนี้สนุกกว่าเควสนาฮิดะอีกอะลงไปเควสได้อะเราจะต่อยท่าเดียวเลยถอดทองได้เสมอเขาสรุปแล้วแต่ก็แค่เอาเรามาเป็นแรงงานเพื่อตีมอนสเตอร์เมื่อกี้นี่คือทั้งหมดของเราพี่แต้มเขาก็แบบดีอยู่ชอบพี่แต้มว่ะ ชอบพี่แต้มมากชอบนิสัยพี่แต้มแต่ถ้านี้พี่แต้มเป็นแฟนใครสักคนน่าจะปวดหัวนะดู
Oh no. I was involved in all these plans to get rid of the acting Grand Sage? What came over me? How could I do something like this?
We were accomplices without knowing it. But I'm afraid that Al-Haytham might pressure the Matra into giving us heavier sentences. Whether he's the scribe or the acting Grand Sage, we can't afford to offend him. It seems our future at the Academia will be full of uncertainties.
We can discuss the future later. Leaving the collective left me with a strange sense of guilt. I didn't feel anything towards Al-Haytham at first, since he wasn't well known. All the opinions I heard about him were negative, though. Siraj made us hate Al-Haytham, and we blindly accepted that hatred and thought of him as a bad person. From how things look, we've done a lot of irrational things.
I guess we're getting what we deserve. Could you help us apologize to Al-Haytham?
Sure, Paimon will help you tell Al-Haytham, but whether he chooses to forgive you is up to him.
He wouldn't take
It's
it
okay.
personally, to be honest.
No matter what he chooses, apologizing will make us feel slightly better.
It's time to go.
Let's go.
จับหมดเลยเหรอ
So, were they all duped? We can ask Al-Haytham about that later.
Looks like I can't exist as Siraj number 36. Yet, my life as Ilyas goes on. When I was at Gandharvaville,
He don't care, by the way.
I should just come forward with the truth. But I didn't have the courage then. So in the end, I lost my sense of justice. But I also wasn't able to conform.
Ilyas?
Don't be sad. I'm the one who deceived you. However, I didn't come out of this completely empty-handed. The moment the hive collapsed, an idea popped into my head. I realized that the collective I was always trying to fit into wasn't as powerful as I had imagined. Understanding that gave me courage somehow. Perhaps one day I could be just like Al-Haytham and not care about what anyone else thinks.
โอ้ใจเย็นใจเย็นอันนั้นก็เกินไป
Paimon believes in you.
Thanks. Well,
เอาแค่แบบไซโน
I
ก็
should
พอ
get
นะ
going.
ไม่ต้องแบบเอาไฮเทมก็ได้
I'm
นะ
one of the primary suspects in the case, so I'll have to receive my due punishment. Can you keep this a secret from my parents and my sister? I just don't want them to worry. Also, please apologize to Al-Haytham for me.
โอ้ยไม่ต้องสนใจนางหรอกเอาไฮเทมอะ
All the test subjects have been taken away. I'll have my subordinates seal the place, retrieve all documentation, and destroy the system. Are you too hurt? I brought bandages and
โอ้ย
hemostats.
ขอบคุณที่เป็นห่วงแล้วนะตัวเอง
Paimon's fine. Just a little tired.
Get some rest.
ตัวเองขอบคุณ
Al-Haytham
นะ
is probably waiting for you at the entrance. Go see him
อุ้ย
when
ผู้
you're
ชายรอ
done.
เราอีกคนนึงเหรอ
Watch
อุ๊ย
out for any of Siraj's associates who might still be in hiding. If you encounter anything you can't take care of, come find me at the academia.
ขอบคุณค่ะตัวเอง
You stay safe too, Sino.
เอ้ยน่ารักตัวเอง
Let's go meet up with Al-Haytham.
เป็นบ้าเราเดินเล่นได้ไหมอ่ะ โอ้โหมันก็ตัดทางเชื่อมเกินเอาจริงแล้วมันก็เปลี่ยนตัวไม่ได้ด้วยโอ้ช่างเถอะไปแล้วผู้ชายเราอีกหนึ่งคนผู้ชายค่ะจู่ๆก็กลายเป็นคนล้าน
The matter's settled. We can return now.
นิทานเรื่องนี้สอนให้รู้ว่าช่างแม่งงานกลุ่มไม่มีกลุ่มก็ทำคนเดียวจ้ะ
I actually thought it would have been settled sooner. This took much longer than I expected. Judging by your faces, it seems like you two still have some questions. I respect your curiosity, but I'm off the clock now, so I'm not going to field any questions.
เอ้าอีนี่แหม่
We're not your colleagues.
You couldn't tell that was an excuse just now?
What? Are you kidding me? You're not leaving today until you explain what happened back at Siraj's secret base.
ไอเราสองคน
See ya.
Hold it right there.
Are you done? Your behavior is reminding me of some other people.
Stop changing the subject.
กดวันเอามันลูกจัดมันไปวันจัดมัน
It's too much of a hassle to explain everything from the top. You know what? Come with me.
Where to?
You'll know when we get there.
โอ้ยตลกย่อยเต้มเควสของจริงมันเริ่มจากนี้เอาเหรอทำไมเอาให้เต้มมันดูแบบอ๋อคาเฟ่แน่เลยวะนี่บ้านนางไม่ใช่เหรอบ้านนางนี่แบบกลางเมืองจริงนะอุ้ยผู้ชายคนเข้าบ้านเหรอแก
Is this your home?
Yes.
จริงจัง
What's with you all of a sudden? Being all polite and inviting us over?
จริงจังเขาตลกเราตลกใช่อุ้ยผู้ชายชวนเข้าบ้านเหรอแก
Ah, you're back. Quick, come help me see if this painting's all straightened. And... Huh? Who are they?
Stop making a fuss. They're obviously guests.
You're not from the academia, are you?
แต่เรามีเมียแล้วเอาให้เต้มบอกว่าเราแย่เหรอ
I'm unsure she's seen you before. You're that person from that time in that one place.
อะไรวะ
Wait, what? How do you know me? Oh no, do people know that I live here?
What? You're embarrassed only now of all times?
Oh, you guys are roommates!
ผัวเมียลูก
Yes, we are, but keep that to yourselves. Please, don't tell anyone else.
I keep a few books on collectives and the subconscious here at home. I'll get them. You all chat in the meantime.
Hey!
Hey, you're leaving just like that? What's the deal, Al-Haytham?
กลัวพี่แต้มเหนื่อยในอาร์ตหายไปไหนกล้ามพี่แต้มกล้ามก็มีอยู่นะมีเยอะกว่าอิโต้แล้วกันนะ หน้าคาเฟ่แบบไม่พอใจอะ
Sorry, I know we've only just met, but I have to ask. Are you, you wouldn't happen to be actors that Al-Haytham hired to pretend to be his friends, would you?
What?
What?
Guess not. I've never seen him invite friends home before, so please excuse my surprise. You guys get it, right? You know, with his temperament and stuff.
ฮิโตแกรีบใช่
But aren't you friends with him?
I I wouldn't say friends exactly.
เมียค่ะ
Okay, well, we used to be, but we're not anymore. Don't worry about it. My name is Kave. I'm sorry to have met you under these circumstances. Anyway, please don't say anything about me living here.
You seem like you got a lot going on. So maybe Samora will make Paimon shut up.
Are you serious? How could you? Of course. You're all Hatham's friends.
What? That was a normal response. You exposed your own weakness.
Still, why do you have to treat me like he does?
Judging by the deafening din coming from the living room, you all must be getting along quite well.
Entertain your own friends, why don't you?
I'll leave the books here.
โอ้เดี๋ยว
Paimon's dizzy from reading. This is way too complicated. Why don't we just ask questions instead?
เคยเพื่อนแต่ว่าตอนนี้ไม่ใช่ใช่แล้ว ตอนนี้เป็นเมีย แต่ก่อนเป็นเพื่อนตอนนี้เป็นเมีย
How do you know about the collective consciousness's weakness?
A year ago, Siraj presented his thesis to the Grand Sage, who offhandedly asked for my opinion. I actually responded with 2 lines of reasoning. The first, as I've already said, was that his research was on human evolution, a subject prohibited by the academia. The second was that I thought the direction of his research was too extreme, but his approach too conservative.
Wait, that's too conservative? He built such a large lab, gathered all those people, and even tried to get rid of you!
One way to stabilize a collective consciousness is to remove the test subject's humanity altogether. The optimal solution to achieve collective consciousness is to focus solely on the overmind and treat the other test subjects as tools.
That's way too dangerous. You're not seriously considering that, are you? 'Cause, whew.
I'm merely stating the facts. If Siraj had done that, I would have felt his work to be just as senseless. It's impossible for any species to evolve overnight, and humans without their humanity cannot be called humans. That's why the academia prohibited research into human evolution. Most research of this kind tends to run contrary to evolution.
Huh. Paimon gets it now.
Ha! That's rich coming from you. If humans aren't humans without their humanity, then you'll probably evolve into some other species in another decade, I wager.
What about you? Are you going to devolve into a fungus?
โอ้ยอย่าตีกัน
Fungus with empathy. Sorry for eavesdropping, but what happened to you guys? Are you in trouble?
Sort of. We encountered a strange researcher that had it out for us.
Are you all okay?
ไหนๆก็พูดถึงถึงแล้วพูดถึงทรงผมอัลเบโดหน่อยไหมโคตรแกงแล้วไม่ได้ขนาดนั้นป้ามันก็แค่ฟูน้อยลงอัลเบโดกับผมที่หายไปจ้ะ
Huh. So that's how things went. Such is life. If only he'd known, Alhaitham could have stayed indoors today, and the whole thing could have been avoided, right? Plus, he could have helped me with the housework for once. See those books? They've been sitting there waiting for someone to sort through them for an age. If you're not gonna read them, tidy them away. They don't belong there.
Can you feel the awkwardness in the air? I hope you're aware of your lack of conversational skills.
Oh, so the pot's calling the kettle black, is he? Well, having said all that, are you okay?
I'm doing quite well. Much better than that painting you're trying to hang on the wall.
You don't understand anything. Stop criticizing my taste in decoration.
หัวเมียตีกันโอ้น่ารัก
I can't tell which of them is more problematic. Let's just get this over with and...
You whisper very loudly.
Yeah, Paimon's been told that.
Do you have any more questions?
Let Paimon think. Oh, by the way, the other researchers apologized to you. They hope that you can forgive them.
I bear them no ill will. More accurately, I don't really care about what they think of me. To some extent, they were also fooled by Siraj. The Matra will take this into account at their trials.
Ilias also said that he wanted to tell us the truth at Gandharvaville, but he didn't have the courage. He apologized to you too.
It doesn't matter. I never considered asking him to come forward with the truth. Judging from his experiences, he's more courageous than the average person. There's no need to lay even more criticism on him. Criticizing the brave only shows how weak you yourself are. I'm going for dinner in 10 minutes, so I'll field one last question.
Paimon doesn't have any more questions. How about you? Oh, yeah, that's a good question. You only started investigating with the Matra at the Academia because you were interested in something, right? But after meeting Siraj, it didn't seem like you were interested in him or his experiment.
I had no interest in him personally, but I was curious as to why so many people were willing to form a collective consciousness with him. I now understand the reason. Correct. The fall of the sages and the shutdown of the Akasha terminals deeply affected the academia. The fact that Siraj's project attracted so much interest despite not being approved speaks to the lack of research projects as of late. As the acting Grand Sage, I'll have to figure something out.
อ๋อ
In addition,
ทำงาน
what
แหม
happened to Ilias is worth our attention. Reporting academic fraud was the right thing to do. He didn't deserve the outcome that he had received.
Paimon understands now. Oh, you're pretty serious when it comes to work, huh?
I think
ผู้
minimum
ชายตั้ง
viable
ใจทำงานนี่
seriousness
มัน
is a
ฮอต
more
จ
apt
ริงๆว่ะแก
description. I'll do my best to take care of this mess until my resignation is approved.
โอ้เอาให้แต้ม
Wait, your
หล่ออะ
resignation?
Yes, I've already submitted my resignation to the academia. Soon, I'll resign as the acting Grand Sage and go back to being its scribe. I don't think Siraj knew about that. If he had waited just a few more days before acting, I would have already resigned. What he'd do then wouldn't have been any concern of mine. However, even without my input, his unstable model would have collapsed for some other reason, so it makes no difference.
But why do you want to resign?
I'm not suited to be a sage, nor do I want to be one. The official process to select the new sages is already underway, but this process is long and takes far too much time. If I serve as acting Grand Sage for too long, the position might become permanent. That would be troublesome. This job isn't something I want to spend the rest of my life doing.
จ้ะ
It's important to keep your priorities straight. Well, it's about time. You too should grab some dinner as well.
Oh, now that you say that, Paimon's kind of hungry.
See ya.
จ้ะขอทัวร์บ้านหน่อยนะ ขอทัวร์บ้านหน่อยสิเอาให้แต้มบ้านเธอก็ใหญ่เหมือนกันนะเราเข้าไม่ได้เหรอ
The name Siraj doesn't ring a bell. Was he in your class?
He isn't someone who would leave an impression, so it's expected that you don't remember him.
อาจจะโอเค
I've always had a hard time appreciating the way that the academia pressures people by labeling them as geniuses. But even so, the academia can't be left to you. Or perhaps I should say that I'm delighted to see that you have a base amount of self-awareness. If the people in the academia haven't gone mad, they'd know that I'm much more suited to be a sage than you.
And I suppose they'd let everyone know that your career as a sage will be as shaky as that painting.
Again, that's mighty rich coming from someone about to resign. In a few days, you'll be managing files again. You'll be back at rock bottom.
But my salary will likely stay the same.
Wait, what? How come? Why do you get special treatment?
At least I don't have to be an architectural designer who works himself to death just to get a smile from his client.
You...
ทำไมคือคู่นี้หัวเบียร์ตีกันน่ารักจริง
time out of my day to clean the living room for you, and this is the thanks I get for it? I'd have been better off catching up on my work. I still have designs to finish.
Make sure to pay back the rent you owe me.
Oh.
I'm going to buy some furniture with that Mora.
What? Are you trying to annoy me to death? The decorations you buy keep getting uglier and uglier. What's the point of having a boring wood carving in your house?
You'll have to blame that on my financial freedom.
Fine. Go ahead and hide behind your financial success if you want. But if we forget Mora for a second, do you have anything of true value to boast about?
I think I'd have too many choices, to be honest. You, on the other hand, can you think of any redeeming features at all?
Artistry, for sure. You don't know the first thing about interior design. Don't go off buying random furniture unless you take me with you.
So I'll have to bring you along and then buy you drinks?
Of course.
But why would I do that? It would just be another form of a loan, and you'd have to pay me back eventually.
Can't you just be nice and not ask for the Mora back?
Pretending that you're not in debt is as ridiculous as pretending you're not living in someone else's home. Word will get out sooner or later.
Speaking of which, your friends won't say anything, right? Tell them to keep all this a secret.
There's no need to hide it so carefully. I think the truth's already out. You're such a lightweight that a few drinks at the tavern had you spilling all your beans.
What? No, it can't be.
ขี้เมาด้วย
The name Siraj doesn't ring a...
He isn't someone who would...
I've always had a hard time appreciating the way that the academia pressures people by labeling them as geniuses. But even so, the academia
ต้อง
can't
ดู
be
ใหม่
left
ด้วย
to
เหรอ
you.
โอ้โห
Or perhaps I should say that I'm delighted to see that you have a base amount of self-awareness. If the people in the academia haven't gone mad, they'd know that I'm much more suited to be a sage.
อย่าเพิ่งฟังมัน ให้มันเล่นไป อ่านแชทแป๊บ ผู้ชายตั้งใจทำงานกับผู้ชายบ้างานมันมีลิมิตต่างกันสินะ ผู้ชายที่ตั้งใจทำงานคือเขาแค่ตั้งใจทำงาน แล้วเขาก็มีเวลาให้อย่างอื่น ผู้ชายบ้างานคือกูจะเอาแต่งานอย่างอื่นกูไม่สน อันต่างกันตรงนั้น ผัวเมียตีกันมันน่าจะน่ารัก แค่มุมมองคนนอกนะ ใช่แค่ไม่คู่นี้มันน่ารักเพราะมันเป็นในเกมด้วยไม่ใช่ในชีวิตจริงถ้าในชีวิตจริงตีกันแบบนี้ใครเขาจะไปอยู่ด้วยกันว่าถามจริงเล่นซ้ำผัวเมียทะเลาะกันเรื่องเดิมๆเนี่ยล่ะอ๋อจริงจริงจริงจริงจริงผมจะตีกันเรื่องเดิมๆทุกวันใช่ขนาดคนเป็นแฟนกันยังตีกันเรื่องเดิมๆเป็นปีเลยใช่ใช่ใช่ใช่ใช่เห็นด้วยมีเหตุผลใช่แล้วยังเหลืออีก1 คนนะเนี่ยแม่งเที่ยงคืนแล้ว Relate on real world จริงๆแค่คนหล่อตีกันตีกันเก่งเนาะของเขาเนี่ยเว้นเดียก็นานเหมือนกันแหละชัวร์คือพับเมื่อไหร่เขาจะคุยกันเสร็จนะ2 คนเนี่ยปวดหลังอะเหนื่อยโอเคทีนี้เราต้องระวังไม่ให้เราวิ่งเข้าคัดจีน
There's dust on the bookshelves. I should tidy them up sometime and bring any unused books to the House of Dana.
Alhaitham isn't thinking about revealing my secret, is he? Jeez, why does he always have these horrible thoughts? Does he really want to mess with me that much? And what he said just now, does he know about my drunken scribbling? No. Wait, did someone tell him? Was it the people at the tavern or the liquor shop? Why, that owner, he promised to keep this a secret. Also,
โอ้โหพูดเยอะจังฉันต้องไปสแกนใหม่เลยเนี่ยโอ้
I see everything.
Alhaitham isn't thinking about revealing my secret, is he? Jeez, why does he always have these horrible thoughts? Does he really want to mess with me that much? And what he said just now, does he know about my drunken scribbling? No. Wait, did someone tell him? Was it the people at the tavern or the liquor shop? Why, that owner, he promised to keep this a secret. Also, is it really true that I can't hold my liquor? I thought that impulsive speaking and writing were normal after a few drinks. Oh well. Everyone loves to write random stuff on the message boards anyway, so...
อย่าลืมตีบอสใหม่เอาเราทำคนสุดท้ายก่อนดีกว่าคนสุดท้ายในมือของเรานะแม่งเอ้ยอันนี้ก็ขวดอย่างเดียวเลยแล้วบอสใหม่มันไปตรงไหนล่ะก็ไม่เห็นมีอะไรนะปะ
Paimon's trying to remember. What else did we put on our shopping list?
ช้อปปิ้งเหรอจ๊ะ
What a mouth-watering smell.
คุณป้าสวัสดีครับ
I know the aroma of biryani anywhere.
นี่ต้อนรับนะ
Let's go get some. We can still add it to the list.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon. Wasn't expecting to see you here.
Hello there. Oh, it's been quite a while.
So you two are still hanging out together. Dia, didn't you say last time that you were gonna head back to the desert?
I said I was going to resign from being her bodyguard, not that our friendship was over. We're still the best of friends. The Homayanis also still post jobs from time to time. Their pay is always generous, so me and the other mercs never pass them up.
I told Dia to just stay at our place when she took one of those jobs a few days ago. My parents were delighted. They even said that it always felt like we were missing someone whenever Dia wasn't around.
That sounds like something they would say, all right. They're always so welcoming. Anyway, the job is already taken care of, so I was gonna head back to the brigade as soon as I finished a little shopping. But the master kept insisting, and I ended up staying for another day.
You can stay for as many days as you want, Dia. Father hasn't even gotten around to treating you to his best dishes yet.
You know I'm not the kind of person to stay put in one place like that, my lady. Don't worry, though. There'll always be next time.
My lady ว่ะ
They'll treat you to the best dishes.
My lady
Still refuse that.
But wait. Didn't you say last time that you would take me on a trip to the desert? Why don't you just take me with you today, when you leave? There are so many places I still haven't visited yet.
I'm sorry, my lady, but no can do. There's still a few things I need to take care
My
of back at the
lady
brigade. Besides, the desert hasn't exactly been the most peaceful place lately.
Oh, come on. Not this again. That's also what you said last time and the time before that.
I know, I'm sorry. Just give me some more time, and I promise I'll plan the best trip ever for you.
Alright, fine. To be perfectly honest, it's not that I wanted to go, it's more like... I feel like something is off about you lately. Ever since you first set foot on the estate a few days ago, you've been acting anxious and even paranoid. Have you been delaying our trip because you've run into some kind of trouble?
Nah, are you kidding? You're worrying too much.
Would you swear on that? Friends shouldn't lie to each other, you know. I wouldn't pry any further if you're willing to swear on what you just said. But if something really is bothering you, then just tell me. You know I'll help you however I can.
Oh, looks like Junior's Odd was onto something.
You're too perceptive, my lady.
โอ้ยไม่
Since
เล
I
ดี้
can't
อีกแล้ว
hide
อ่ะ
anything from you. I just thought that nothing good could come out of telling you about the messy happenings of mercenaries. Knowing too much only leads to more trouble. Mercenary life is a dog-eat-dog world where Mora reigns supreme. Everything operates on a completely different set of rules.
That doesn't change anything about what I just said, though. We're still friends, and I can only support you if I understand what's bothering you.
My lady, you're not gonna stop until you drag it out of me, are ya?
นึกถึง
Alright,
บีกอะ
I'll share what
นึก
I
ถึงเหตุ
know.
การณ์เลยกัน
Let's go somewhere else first.
แบบ
This isn't
บีบ
exactly
คอ
the
เพื่อ
best
คำต
place
อบ
for
อะ
a discussion.
นึกถึงตัวเองเลยแม่ง
Let's talk here. Just try not to draw any extra attention. As you may already know, the Airamites have both a lot of mercenaries and a complex organizational structure. Many mercs are no different than me, just going around looking for jobs to earn some mora. My brigade is called the Blazing Beasts. We're not a large group, but every member is loyal and brave. However, not all Aramite brigades are like mine. Some are willing to cross all kinds of lines for the sake of mora. The most notorious is a faction known as Deshret's Relics.
Deshret's Relics? Judging from the name, they must really look up to...
Yep, you got it. I've heard that you've already crossed paths with Ain al-Akmar. They're one of the groups under the Relic's banner.
Oh, you mean the group that tried to sell us the Divine Knowledge Capsule? Yeah, they weren't friendly at all.
Deshret's Relics is composed of many smaller brigades like Ain al-Akmar. The Relic's headquarters issues orders to all brigades under his control. On any other day, I would want nothing to do with them. Unfortunately, though, the brigade that's stirring up trouble now is none other than Dakan al-Akmar.
Dakan?
I think it means beard or something. Believe me, it's a really stupid name. I found it insufferable for years. Anyway, the real issue is that Dakan al-Akmar is led by my father, Kusela.
Say what now?
I think I'm starting to understand your anxiety now. But what did they do?
I won't go into details, my lady, but they've been involved in a lot of violent incidents. We're talking hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yep. The scenes tend to be quite gruesome, too. They strip the victims of all their valuables before murdering them. Not only have they targeted merchant caravans and ordinary citizens, but other mercenary brigades as well.
That's beyond terrible. They won't even spare their own kind.
I don't know how Deshret's Relic sees it. All I do know is that Dakan al-Akmar has become more and more aggressive over the last few years. If I don't do something about them, then even my brigade or the people of Aru village could become their next target. I just wish I knew what's driven him to do this.
Yeah. How can your father do such terrible things?
I don't know. People change. He's always been pretty pathetic. But at least in the past, there were still a few lines that he wouldn't cross.
That's setting the bar pretty low.
I mean, if he was even remotely decent, then why would I have to leave the brigade and cut all ties with him? He was loud and foolish, with no real sense of purpose. Instead of doing anything useful, he spent most of his time drinking and chasing after women. Of course, the other brigade members were just like him. Their ruckus would go on night after night.
Sounds like a nightmare.
What about your mother? Did she ever...
Unfortunately, I never knew my mother.
I'm sorry, Dia.
It's all right, my lady. That's pretty common in mercenary circles. Didn't I mention that my father was chasing after women? I was the result of one of those encounters with some random person. He told me that he wasn't sure who my mother was. And in any case, she never came to see me. He'd say, "You'll be fine as long as you remember to stick with Dad." But even then, he left most of the parenting to the brigade. The one thing I do remember is that he used to tell me stories, but the problem was that he had terrible taste. He only knew a few stories, and even those tended to be pretty stale. They were tales of desert warriors defeating dragons in the forest, or stories of mercenaries rescuing princesses from rebel armies.
Sounds like your typical fairy tales.
More or less, yeah. They were interesting maybe the first or second time around, but after about 20 repeats, they started to get a little dull. He seemed to think those stories were the best things ever, though. He was so into them that he'd call the whole brigade over and make them perform the whole thing as a play. Even the toys he gave me would all be story props. I'd get helmets, shields, and it was only much later when I realized that the shows were more for him than they ever were for me.
What an interesting guy.
Yeah, I've always found him pretty childish, but that was something I could just shrug off. I had no reason to despise him until I grew up and learned the true face of Deshret's relics for myself. Looting, blackmail, violence, and fraud. They not only accepted such heinous acts, they would even openly boast about them. No one in the brigade was any kind of hero. Instead, my father and his cronies were more like the bad guys that needed to be taken down. Did they really think that as long as they didn't do any of that stuff right in front of me, I would never know?
I think I can understand your feelings. The difference between perception and reality must have hit hard.
Yeah, but don't worry, my lady. It's all water under the bridge to me now. I had a huge argument with my father and left that place behind for good. I'm not investigating them due to any bitter feelings I still have towards my father. I just want to protect those that are close to me. Yeah, I told the boys to gather as much information as they could. Most of the reports concern violent incidents, but there's also some talk of smuggling.
I see. But isn't the...
It is, but every mercenary lives life on the edge. It's a lifestyle that I enjoy.
That may be true, but it'll be impossible for those who care about you not to worry.
Well, now you get why I didn't want to share any of this with you.
What should we do?
คุยกับคู่จิ้น
They
ดี
both have valid concerns.
Huh? But there's no need for you to get caught up in this mess, too.
เราว่างเดียเราว่าง
Super tough, so if she went into the desert with you, then Paimon bets the problem will be solved in no time.
I'm inclined to agree. I'd feel a lot more at ease if you took her along to help. I'll wait for news from you in the city until then. Please, stay safe.
I'm honored that you care so much for me, my lady. All right,
นี่ก็
then
คู่
let's get
official
moving.
จ้ะ
Our first stop will be Caravan Rebot,
ขนาด
where we
คน
can
ใน
catch
นี้ยัง
up a
มี
bit
คู่
with
เล
my
ยเนาะ
fellow mercs.
Lion's blood
Everyone will...
I sure hope they'll be okay.
we're fine
Super awesome.
ไหนวะ อ๋อ
Hey, Dia, you're back. Are these two friends of yours? Likewise. There's no need to be so formal with us. We're a pretty casual crew. Anyway, since we've got a newcomer, let me fill you in on what the Khan al-Akhmar's been up to lately. They've become extremely aggressive. Apparently, even their own now have become acceptable targets. They even attack other relics brigades, just the same as any other mercenary brigade.
What the fuck?
Even the most ferocious beasts still protect their own. And it sounds like they've thrown that straight to the wind.
That's right. Once they've collected enough loot off the other mercenaries, they sell it off to a different brigade, or turn to merchants on the black market. A portion of their profits is immediately exchanged for more food and weaponry to be used in their next violent operation.
That's terrible!
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder why they're so desperate for Mora. A few days ago, Isham and I trailed them for a while, and even disguised ourselves as merchants to conduct trade with them. We were able to learn a few things from the exchange. Rather than saying they're out to plunder and hoard Mora, it'd probably be more accurate to say that they're experiencing an internal power struggle.
Wait, a power struggle?
You heard me right. The vast majority of their victims are mercenaries from the other brigades of Deshret's relics. If their only goal was Mora, they could have gone after anybody. The targeted nature of their attacks points to a power struggle between the different brigades within the relics. That's the only plausible explanation we have. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find out anything more specific. It seems they're also trying to keep things under wraps. Oh, one last thing we discovered was that over the past few years, as the Khan al-Ahmar became more and more active, Deshret's relics as a whole became a lot weaker.
It sounds mighty strange to me too. Harun, you can leave the rest of the investigation to us. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to go on a whole undercover mission during the few days I was gone. Sounds like you were really putting your necks on the line, no?
Nah, it was nothing. We're just as concerned about the situation as you are. The Khan al-Ahmar is your father's crew after all.
What he said. Besides, Dia, haven't you done more dangerous things than all of us combined? What we did is nothing compared to your experiences.
Yeah. And while they went to talk with Khan al-Ahmar, I took a look at the last camp they attacked. Any survivors of the attack were already long gone. There was nothing of value left in the camp.
Ah, Hisham and Khalaf. You're here too.
We rushed over as soon as we saw you come into Caravan Ribat. Although this new friend of yours looks a little green behind the ears, I'm sensing a special vibe from her.
Ah. Thanks.
Now that we know you'll have a capable partner with you, we can also rest easy.
Hey, what about Paimon? Feel anything special?
What the
Oh, you're also planning to tag along with them?
Of course! Paimon is the traveler's most important guide. Wherever she goes, Paimon will follow.
Oh. In that case, then you'd better take care of her too, Dia.
Don't underestimate Paimon!
Don't worry about her. She may look tiny and helpless, but she's been through just as many battles as the traveler here. Even if she had only survived on sheer luck, then that alone would still make her quite formidable.
I had no idea. I guess I shouldn't judge by appearances.
Oh, one other thing, Dia. When you're free, why don't you update the deputy about your upcoming schedule? We held another recruitment event a few days ago, but everyone only came to see the Flame Main. You weren't around at the time, so people were pretty disappointed to only find our crew of rough, unkempt guys. The deputy put a lot of effort into the event, but it was basically for nothing. Only a few people chose to stay, and that really got to him.
Sorry to hear that. I'll be sure to bring him some great liquor next time. I left in a hurry, and I couldn't make it back in time for the event.
Gotta admit, I can understand their disappointment, though. You're our brigade's main selling point, after all. Now, if only the deputy could figure out a way to bring a few more smoking hot members into our ranks.
Keep dreaming. Remember the last time I invited a couple gals into the brigade? You all just froze up with your mouths gaping like a bunch of scarecrows. The awkward silence and weird expressions left quite the impression on them. They were originally interested in joining us, but after that, they both told me they were too uncomfortable to stick around.
Hey, didn't we agree to never bring that up again?
เขินสาวอะดิ
Wait, are you serious? Why have I never heard about this?
I don't think you were part of the brigade yet.
Are you kidding me? I missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment like that, and you weren't even gonna tell me?
All right. We can tell you about it later. Now's not the time.
Hey, don't you try to change the subject. You and Hisham get your butts over here and tell me everything right now.
Are they
always like this?
More or less. There aren't many rules or graces when it comes to mercenaries. We're used to just speaking our minds. If someone starts getting under your skin, you just yell right back at them. And if that doesn't put an end to it, then you just challenge them to a fight. But we also don't tend to take many things too seriously. Being direct and getting it all out of your system as soon as things come up is better than keeping everything bottled up, never talking about it. That's also why I never spare their feelings when I talk to them. If I want to laugh, I'll laugh. If I'm angry, then I'll unload on them. It's hard to stop once you get used to it. Though, I can never do that when I'm with the Homiyanis. Hey, knuckleheads! Can you at least tell me the rest of the intel before you go back to your bickering?
Yeah, you hear her, Holloff? Told you we gotta focus on the investigation first. I drew up a map. Right here is the spot. There you'll find the merchant caravan responsible for getting rid of Dakan al-Akhmar's looted goods. All you gotta do is wait and ambush them in the evening. They'll have no idea what hit them.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Be sure to pass my regards to everyone else in the brigade as well.
Will do. You stay safe, Dia.
ถ้าสู้เก่งจริงอาชีพนี้ก็น่าสนใจนะ
This should be the place. Let's find a spot to hide and bide our... It's gonna come down to a fight one way or another, so let's all be careful.
No need to worry. She knows her way around a fight.
I'm not worried about that. What I meant is that we probably shouldn't go too hard on the enemy. After all, we still need to get information out.
ได้เลยเพื่อนเชื่อเราเก่งมากเริ่มการบีบคอเอาข้อมูลเนี่ยเราเก่งมากเลย
Ah, here they come. You ready? Let's not give them a chance to react and end this.
ได้เลยมาเฟืองมาไฟ let's go อู้
Hey!
That's close enough.
Allow me!
Let's get it on!
โอ้โห
You want this one?
You're the Flame Main.
Good. That saves me an introduction. All right, time for a little talk. Are you buddies with Dakan al-Akhmar now? Tell me, what are they after?
You know the code of being a mercenary just like everyone else. The first rule is to never divulge key information about our employer. What makes you think I'd talk?
That might have worked on an amateur, but I know you're just looking to protect your reputation. Think about it, though. What's your reputation worth if you won't have the other tools you need to succeed in this line of work? Tools like, I don't know, your limbs or eyes? You've got 5 seconds. You might want to think twice about how much your employer's information is worth to you.
Whoa!
I'm not joking around. We can do this the easy way or the painful way. 2 seconds.
I'll save you the trouble.
Huh? Are you crazy? He tried to bite off his own tongue. Quick, search the area for... I definitely didn't expect him to go that far. Thankfully, the wound wasn't too deep, and he just passed out from the pain.
What? Why would he be so extreme?
I just wanted to test his mettle. You can get a lot of mercenaries to talk just by threatening them. I didn't expect him to be willing to go through so much pain just to deny us some intel.
Well, he's out cold for now. We could wait for him to wake up, but maybe it's not a good idea to interrogate.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be a waste of time to interrogate him again after that. He might just hurt himself again if we start asking. There are lots of goods around here. Let's search the area. Maybe we'll be able to find... I'm really sorry.
เดี๋ยวนะ
Everyone hold hands.
แม่งน็อกเอาท์จริง
We found a piece of paper with a bunch of names on it. Maybe it's a
Let me take a look. If this really is a merchant caravan, they should have a record of their transactions. Yep. I see an entry for Dakana Lakmar right here. Kusela, Idrisi, Bashar, and Takriti.
ใครวะนะ
All familiar names. Dakana Lakmar has been trading for a hefty supply of food, weapons, and medicine. It seems that in the past, they used to receive some canned knowledge as well. This caravan is just one link in their logistics chain. Once in the rainforest, the caravan will exchange the looted goods for Mora, and the funds will then be passed to a specific person. That person will then pack the caravan full of necessary goods, which will then be brought right back to Dakana Lakmar. Wait, why is there no Mora value recorded for the final transaction?
No value?
Yeah, every transaction before the last one was marked with an exact amount of Mora, but the final one, where they paid for everything to be brought back to the desert, was simply marked as delivered. Perhaps. But they couldn't have known how much they would make off selling the loot. Do they not care about profit margins at all? Anyway, the next part's the records of the goods themselves. There are a lot of entries. Everything was probably sourced from the rainforest. Huh?
What's wrong?
Shazamon Homayani?
Homayani? You mean Dunyarzad's family? Could it just be...
I'd be surprised to find someone with the exact same first and last name. Shazamon Homayani is Dunyarzad's father, and the head of the Homayani family. Just what the heck is going on here? I'm sorry, you're right. I'll consider what we found and not jump to conclusions just yet. But what this piece of paper confirms is that the Homayani family has been providing goods to Dakana Lakmar.
What if the Homayanis have been kept in the dark and don't know they've been trading with Dakana?
That's a possibility. But if that was the case, why is this caravan specifically named Shazamon as their person of contact? They could have just as easily bought goods such as food and medicine directly from Caravan Rebot or Port Ormos. Yeah, funding violence and looting. The brigade gets the goods, and he is paid the proceeds from the sale of the loot.
But why would he do something like this? It's not like the Homayani...
I honestly have no idea. I've been to their estate many times, and I've never noticed anything suspicious. The only potentially large expenditure I could think of would be the treatment costs for Dunyarzad's Elazar. Maybe they borrowed a lot of Mora in the past, but that's still just a speculation. I don't think the master would stoop so low to make Mora. You're probably right. I know my lady's personality, and she wouldn't deliberately keep something like this from us.
But what should we do now? All we found is just another mystery.
If you ask me, we already have no choice but to confront. I'm not worried. It's too early to make a verdict yet. Let's go find my lady again. We'll tell her if we're lucky, we can not only figure out the mystery of this paper, but also follow the trail of breadcrumbs to the people responsible.
Dia, are you sure this is the best decision? What if instead of getting the help we need, we just end up revealing everything we've discovered to the enemy?
I've considered that possibility. But even still, I want to tell her what we found. I think she showed genuine concern for me when we first brought up the topic. That's not how I deal with people.
You're right. Paimon wants to trust Dunyarzad.
Yeah. Let's pay another visit to...
ลูกกับพ่อไม่เหมือนกันนะ เชื่อใจลูกได้ แต่พ่อเนี่ย รอบวันนี้ยาวจริงบอกเลย
We're back, my lady.
Oh, you're back a lot sooner than I expected. You mustn't have run into any trouble then. Well, how did it go? What did you come up with?
Actually, we're still investigating. It's just that we've discovered something strange.
I see. The clues you found have led you back here in this.
Something like that. Yeah.
You all look a little dispirited. Whatever you found must not have been
เราต้อง
very
ไปนอนกันนะ
encouraging
ครับ
after
เจอกัน
all.
หลังสงกรานต์นะ
Why
ได้
don't
ครั
you
บคุณ
discuss
จิม
it with
มี่
me?
เจอกันนะสวัสดีนะคะ
Maybe I'll be able to say something.
It's okay, my lady. It's not so
Anina,
much about me being
Anina.
upset with my father or anything like that.
So something is wrong. Even the travel. On any other day, Paimon would have already waved to me with a smile and shouted, Dunyarzad, we're back! So tell me, what happened?
My lady, please prepare yourself for what we're going to tell you next. It concerns the Master.
The Master? You mean... Okay, I understand. My father has been supplying goods to Dakan al-Akmar?
บ๊ายบายค่ะ
Yeah, it makes as little sense to us as it does to you. I've never doubted the Master's integrity, so I'm having a real hard time rationalizing how he could ever support an infamous brigade like them. Maybe he's not actually aware of the full story and just stumbled into the deal by accident.
I can't help but agree with the Traveler.
Huh? You mean you feel the same way, Dunyarzad?
Thank you for sharing all this information with me. Since you've told me everything you know, I should also tell you about some doubts that I've been harboring for quite a while. In the past, I thought that my father hired a bodyguard for me so that I wouldn't run away and get lost. However, there are plenty of capable mercenaries in the Corps of 30. Why did my father go out of his way to hire Dia?
About that. Well, the Homayanis really needed bodyguards, so they reached out to the Blazing Beasts. Later, the Master told me that I was one of the best mercenaries he'd ever seen, and that I should stick around to become one of his bodyguards. He offered me a pile of mora, so I just signed on.
Well, but that didn't really answer my question. Just think about it. Why did my father specifically reach out to the Blazing Beasts?
Maybe the Corps of 30 just didn't have anyone available, or maybe someone recommended us. I've never given it too much thought. I think I get what you're saying. You think none of this was a coincidence.
Precisely. At first glance, nothing seems strange or out of place. But there are many parts of the story that don't actually make any sense. If my father had always been in contact with Dakan al-Akmar, then it would make sense for him to bring Dia into our house.
You mean the goal all along was to get Dia to be your bodyguard?
No, that's too much of a stretch. I cut all ties with my father a long time ago. He has no control over my life anymore.
But that still doesn't rule out the possibility that your father has still been trying to influence your life without you knowing.
So, the Master was not likely an innocent victim in all of this?
Sorry we put all of this on you so suddenly, Dunyarzad.
It's okay, Paimon. I should actually be thanking you. Regardless of his reasons, if my father has truly been funding a violent group of mercenaries, then it's my duty to bring him back to reason.
But is that really the right thing to do? My father has committed many atrocities and deserves all the punishment that he has coming to him. I have zero sympathy for him. You may call me an ungrateful child, but my feelings will remain the same. However, the Homayani family has treated me with nothing but generosity and kindness. If we decide to investigate this further, we could end up implicating the entire Homayani family. I would be biting the hand that's fed me over all these years.
Dia.
It's alright, Dia. If anyone were to ask, you could always just say that I'm the one who instructed you to get to the bottom of this.
You don't have to do that, my lady. I'm not conflicted because I'm afraid of taking responsibility. Besides, you're the one we should all be worried about right now.
Hey, it's still too early to give up hope. What was the thing about friendship again? Right, yeah, trust! You said that yourself, Dia. Besides, There's no point on getting all riled up before we've confirmed all the facts.
Thank you, everyone. That makes a lot of sense. I guess I should always remember the trust that I've placed in people. In which case, my lady, could you ask the master to come out and have a chat with us?
Sure thing. I also hope he'll be able to give us a logical explanation. Let's meet at the usual place then.
คุยอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
Usual place? Ah, right.
คุยแบบนี้เลยอะนะ แบบง่ายๆอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ เราว่ามันไม่ค่อยดีนะเลยนะ
Thank you for coming, sir. Please allow me to introduce these two. This is the traveler, and next to her is her travel companion, Paimon.
Ah, yes, my daughter has mentioned them from time to time. It's a privilege to finally meet them in person. But we may skip all the pleasantries for now. What is the important matter you wish to discuss with me today?
Well, we wanted to bring this transaction record to your attention. There's something on this record that we're all pretty curious about.
So, that's what you found? Huh. Seems like I can't keep everything from you much longer.
If you wouldn't mind, we'd like an explanation.
Well, it's a long and difficult story. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. What I do know, though, Dia, is that the truth will bring you no solace. If anything, it will likely cause you a great amount of anguish.
Wait, me?
Yes, I understand perfectly why you came to see me, and I am touched by your collective commitment to do the right thing. But knowledge always comes at a price, and sometimes, as they say, ignorance is bliss. Your father, Kusela, and I both believed that. Of course, you have the right to seek and learn the truth, but I must warn you. The facts of this matter may reduce everything you've built for yourself into sand, blowing in the wind. If you must proceed, then Kusela's heartfelt efforts will also fade into the wind like a fleeting mirage.
His heartfelt efforts? I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure I follow. I've made it this far in life without a single drop of my father's support. I have my own ideals and ways of looking at the world, as well as people and causes that I've chosen to cherish and fight for. None of these things have anything to do with him. I came here today to support you as the head of the Homiyani family. No warning will change my stance on that.
I understand. Then let me tell you a little story. Our family once needed to take a trip to the desert when Dunyarzad was just a baby. Along the way, we were attacked by bandits. They had superior numbers and quickly overpowered our bodyguards. When all seemed lost, a group of passerby Airamites lent us their support. Those Airamites were Kusela's brigade, Dekan al-Ahmar. Kusela's men told me that the attackers were Aramite mercenaries, just like themselves. I was shocked. Why would Dekan al-Ahmar go so far to save us and not spare the fellow Aramites? Kusela was grinning and walked over to play with baby Dunyarzad. She was startled by his unfamiliar face and nearly started crying.
Really? I never knew.
He said that he had no particular reason to help us. He just took pity on us because he had a daughter about the same age. We started talking about our children, and I sensed that he was a devoted father. To repay his kindness, I hired his brigade to help out at our estate for a time and offered everyone generous remuneration.
So, that's what happened.
It was many years before I saw him again. I almost didn't recognize him the next time he came knocking on my door. The man I knew to be strong and healthy had been reduced to a shell of himself. He couldn't even walk anymore without his cane.
So, what happened to him? He was perfectly fine when I left the brigade.
I'm not too sure myself. The only thing that didn't change was his cheery disposition. He said there was absolutely nothing to worry about and that he had gotten into a fight. That was all. He then suddenly asked me if Dunyarzad, now that she had grown, would need a bodyguard of her own. At the time, Dunyarzad was going through a particularly severe bout of her Elazar. There was no need for her to have a bodyguard when she could barely leave the house. But he kept coming back to the topic. Come on, it never hurts to be safe. How do you know a bodyguard won't come in handy one day? I was completely lost at first, until he recommended the Blazing Beasts, and in particular, a mercenary named Dia.
So he was the one who recommended Dia to you.
Indeed. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he saw Deshret's relics as an evil group who would eventually corrupt every member in their ranks. He was already beyond redemption, but he hoped that he would be able to detach his daughter from the vicious world of mercenary life. If Dia could stay in my house and keep working as a bodyguard, then gradually her affinity for the desert would decrease, and she'd be able to leave her previous life behind.
And that's why you offered her such generous compensation?
Yes, but not just because of that. From the moment that he asked me for that favor, I also began to see Dia as my own daughter. And that's also why I tried to persuade you to stay when you asked for permission to leave. I was willing to spend however much it took. Kusela saved my daughter and I all those years ago in the desert. I could never refuse him entrusting his daughter to me.
He was always like that, acting like he's oh so smart and self-righteous.
Kusela said that he'd reimburse me for a portion of Dia's fees.
Aww.
I refused to take any mora from him, but he'd always sent me funds anyway. Eventually, I just accepted them as a token of his gratitude. And that went on for a while until I received another letter from him a few years ago. The letter contained a request to help him buy food, weapons, medicine, and even explosive materials.
Wait! Isn't that around the time that the Khan al-Ahmar started becoming more aggressive?
That's right. When I started to hear some nasty rumors, I became wary. I wanted to meet him face to face to discuss things. But by then, he was no longer receptive to my requests to talk. If I had to guess, it's probably because he doesn't want to put Dia at risk.
What?
That thought occurred to me as well. I figured that he probably came to me for help because he had nobody else to turn to. After some deliberation, I decided to send him some food and medicine. I turned down all his requests for explosives and weaponry. I am aware that even such a reduced gesture of support could lead to others coming to harm, but I could not simply reject his plea for help. In the end, it probably was the wrong decision. I plugged my ears to the rumors and just chose a solution that made me feel least guilty about myself.
If you can, please tell me where he is now. None of the things he's doing right now make any sense if he's just trying to keep me from getting tangled up in his world. If all he wants to do is steer clear of me, then maybe he shouldn't have brought me into this world in the first place.
Oh no. Dia, please don't feel that way.
I'm just angry because I can't wrap my head around any of his actions. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think I can do it. But I guess you do have a point. We haven't uncovered the whole truth yet. We still need to figure out his exact actions and reasoning for these last few years.
I'll do my best to help. Of course, anything between the two of you would need to be resolved between you and him alone. I don't know Kusela's exact whereabouts. Outside of supplying his brigade with some goods, I tried my best to avoid getting involved any
แบบเรา
further
มา
with
กับมา
him.
ยูจังอยู่ใช่
However, there's a man on the list named Jawed. He used to be a mercenary in the desert and is now a member of the Corps of 30. He's responsible for supplying weapons and liaising with the Dakan al-Akhmar's merchant caravan. I think he should know Kusela's whereabouts. I've heard that he likes to have a few drinks alone and enjoy the cool wind at night outside the tavern. Maybe you'll be able to find him there.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Then I guess this is bye for now, unless...
I'll stay and be with my father here. To be honest, I'm still a little dazed and haven't finished processing everything quite yet. My father has indeed done something wrong, but if I think about it, I'm also not sure if there was a right way to handle this problem. I feel like our only course of action is to turn everything we know over to the Corps of 30 and let them render judgment.
Yes. I am prepared to accept whatever verdict they choose. It's time to face my mistakes.
I see everything.
I'm just gonna shop around for one more day.
At night ด้วยนะ มันไนท์พอไหมเนี่ยเที่ยงคืนนี่
Something on your mind again?
Huh? Who are you?
I know what you've been up to. Smuggling weapons to violent brigades in the desert while working for the Corps? Pretty bold, if you ask me.
Shh. Keep your voice down. How do you know all that?
Come with me. We should take this elsewhere. I'll be happy to talk things over once we're somewhere private. This place should do. All right. Back to my question. How did you all know about me?
Don't worry about that for now. You know what kind of punishment you'll face once we report you to the Corps, I assume.
Wait. There's no need to jump the gun.
อาบ
Let's talk
น้ำ
this
นาน
out.
มากคิดว่ากลับมา3 สตอรี่เควสยาวแน่นอน
In it for you anyway, Mora?
Well, I was a little tight on money at the time, and Kusela took good care of me in the past. I waited in my mind, and I couldn't find a reason to turn the opportunity down. I wouldn't only be helping my benefactor, but I could also make some quick Mora.
Let me tell you how it is. We're investigating Dakan al-Akhmar, and we're gonna put an end to their operation. If you provide some help for us, then we might just put in a good word later to reduce the terms of your punishment.
Hey, why don't we discuss this a little first? Listen, I made quite a bit of Mora from my last run. You just give me a number, and I'm sure we can...
Shut it. My patience is running out. You should know when a mercenary is after something other than money.
All right, sheesh. But you gotta promise you'll put in some nice words for me later. They're always on the move. Here's the spot they were at the last time I made my delivery to the desert. Feel free to go have a look. I'm just telling you though,
เราจะกด
it's
ข้าม
not
เราไป
on
เรา
me
จะ
if
ดู
they're not there
ส
anymore.
ตอรี่เควส
Sure. And then you can forget
เรา
about
มา
any
เล่นเนื้อ
nice
เรื่องเราจะ
words
ข้ามเนื้อ
from
เรื่องทำไม
us.
Hey, come on. Now you're just being unreasonable.
Really? And how do I know you're not leading us straight into a trap? Don't forget, you're the one with no bargaining chips.
All right, I get it. Why don't you go take a look, and if they're not there anymore, I'll try to figure out something else for you.
Now that's more like it. Let's move. And as for you, try to stick around the city until we get back. You don't want us to call the folks from the Corps and have them drag you back to the city.
เศร้าใจจัดอีนี่
Just my luck. How did I get caught by her of all people?
โอ้โหไกลจัดแม่ง
Seems like we're in luck. That should be their camp right up ahead. Let's go. We'll finally get to the bottom of this ourselves.
แต่ย่าบางทีก็ขาวดำเกิน
I'm
ไป
here
นะ
to see Kusela. Tell him to get out here.
Tia, why are you here?
Haven't you all done enough?
Oh, so are you also here to stop us?
Stay out of this. It's got nothing to do with you.
Get it on!
She's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. There's no use hiding him anymore. Did you understand a single word I just said? Or do I need—
All right, everyone, let's all just calm down for a second. Dia, the boss can't come out and see you anymore. He died a long time ago.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. Guess that's for the best, though. At least, that's what the old man wanted.
When did he die? What happened to him?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up Dakan al-Ahmar and went to the Deshret's Relics headquarters by himself.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's Relics must pay in blood for what they did.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head of the Relics maintained order internally?
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had another tool at their disposal. They called it a person's record, regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced. Every person in Deshret's Relics were forced to leave a record of themselves at headquarters. Whether it be their deepest sin, some unforgivable act, or their most immoral exploit, the record served both as a symbol of loyalty and the perfect material for blackmail. That's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, Tikriti, and all the boys who grew up with Dia and ended up joining our ranks. But you, Dia, you were never asked to provide a record, were you?
I never even knew this was a requirement.
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's Relics who didn't know about it.
Ever since you were born, Boss had been trying to shield you from this organization's sinister rules. Not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. He said he'd take care of the dues we had to pay regularly to headquarters. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. What could he do? He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of excuses and get beaten up as a result.
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it took.
And that's why he became a shell of himself and couldn't walk without a cane.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. I didn't know about any of this, and I'd never seen him get injured or beaten.
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds from battle? When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight. Even his hair went gray.
So, even the blazing beasts were—
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the desert.
A few years ago, Boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and we all assumed he was going to get beaten again. I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need, since the Khan al-Ahmar would soon be no more. His words made no sense to me, but that night, we heard that a massive fire tore through headquarters and razed everyone's records to ash.
Everyone gained their freedom that night. Many members fled, Not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who knew exactly what had happened.
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took him from us.
From that point on, the sole purpose of Dakan al-Ahmar became revenge. The big fire that boss started was quite a blow to headquarters' strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our attack. Even though we're outnumbered, we vowed to see our revenge through to the very end. There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. Some fled to other brigades, and others escaped to the rainforest. But we won't let any of them escape our wrath. They'll all pay for what they've done.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supplies, from food and medicine to weaponry and explosives. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get supplies. We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully, many people were willing to come to our aid. We were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many impossible battles. Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker, and now we finally have an opportunity to directly strike their headquarters.
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. We do not deserve the freedom that the boss won for us with his life. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about sacrificing yourself. We used to always laugh at him for it. But in the end, he really went. As for me, I never considered myself a hero. We're all the lowest of the low. We have no right to even imagine such an existence, but maybe those hero stories he liked foreshadowed everything that was to come. The spirit of the hero touched all. Maybe we were all just acting along with the play in the beginning. But as we acted the parts and recited the lines, we were drawn in. I'm sorry, Dia. I know you always found us insufferable ever since you were young. Just think of this as a madman ranting.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that some situations get so bad that it's difficult to tell good from evil. All I know is that Deshret's relics must be destroyed. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my father is still there. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so there's no need for you to tag along. I can do this on my own.
Yeah, Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't.
Thank you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd join us at the very last moment like this.
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained, we can't afford to turn down someone as powerful as you.
He can think whatever he wants. But the fact is, I owe him this much.
โอ้ยความรักของพ่อและหนึ่งนะคะ
I see everything.
Deshret's relics are about to become history.
ความรักของพ่อที่มีให้กับลูกนะคะ
Everyone hold hands.
พ่อสามารถรักลูกได้ขนาดนี้เลยเหรอพ่อคนนั้นนะ
The weather is lovely and warm.
ทะเลทรายก็กว้างเกินบางทีปี อีกที่ไม่เข้ากับใครเลยนอกจากนาฮิดะก็ไอเทมก็น่าจะได้อยู่มั้งแต่ก็อาจจะแปลกๆ
Should be. I don't think they have enough manpower left to post guards and defend their perimeters.
ไปเลยค่ะเซตนี้นี่แหละมาเฟืองมาไฟแต่เราก็ได้เดย่ามาปะไม่เป็นไร
Wow. Paimon didn't expect it to look like this on the inside.
They should all be holed up in here. Don't know how many people they've got left, though.
Who cares? We'll round up all of them.
Still, we should be careful. Even if they've only got one shot left, it could still take us out.
Yeah, we'll know what they're really capable of once we've landed some hits on them. Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before, but their name means nothing now.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance with you here. I'll take the lead.
เดี๋ยวทำไมรู้สึกว่ามันไม่ค่อยแบบปลอดภัยแล้วแม่ง
I see everything.
You are not welcome here.
Look alive. Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge. Don't be scared.
Let's get it on!
Lucky today.
Gloves off!
Coward.
เฮ้ย
You want this one?
Stay put. I see everything.
This way, follow me. We're almost there.
ฮะแปลกๆปะ
Wait, they went charging ahead without checking for any traps.
อ้าว
Hey, you guys okay?
It seems like we just got trapped in here. Don't think we triggered anything else.
Watch out, the enemy's coming from ahead.
Well, now that things have come to this, seems we'll have to fight our way through.
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Go and take a look around. Let's go! We can't let the boss down.
Let's check if there's another way. The sooner we can make it through to help them, the better.
Let's see.
คือ
I think I see a way through over there.
เราระวังมากกว่าอีกทีมหนึ่งอีกอะเราระวังมากกว่าพวกเขาอีกนะเนี่ยเขาเอาอะไรให้เดย่าโนเบลสอีกแล้วเหรอสีอะไรสี3อ๋อ match the color โอเค
Hold the line. This way through the loop. Get alive. Ha!
เดย่าเขาเล่นแบบนี้หรือเปล่าวะใช่ไหม
Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
คือเรามาทำพัซเซิลให้เดียชัวร์
Everyone hold hands.
You asked for it.
น้องก็เล่นสนุกนะ แต่มันก็โอเคอะ
Hey! Allow me! You play! You're up! Follow my strength!
Buckle up. Hi. Huh. Gloves off.
เขาเล่นแบบนี้ใช่ไหมวะ โอ้มันมีให้เปลี่ยนสีอยู่ไม่ใช่เหรอ พัซเซิลโอ้เท่จัดเห็นเดียสภาพนี้แล้วอยากให้เขารีเวิร์กตัวละครปกติเขาเล่นมันแต่มันก็ดูแบบ
I wasn't
แปลกๆแหละ
expecting anyone to make it through from the other side, but as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to our folks defying all expectation.
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run? Had I wanted to run, I would have fled 1,000 times. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind, all that awaits me now are endless days of humiliation and ruin. Even now, my brothers and I still believe in one. The greatest should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory.
Let us draw our weapons. We will show them the true power King Deshret bestowed. They are but two, while we hold within ourselves. Wave one, charge! Eliminate them!
Here! All eyes on me!
Rest and rebuild! Don't be scared!
Don't think that you won. You're just getting started. How will King Genshin will not abandon any one of his followers.
I see everything! Make yourself a home! Positions!
This dance is for you!
Brothers!
No.
Where we prove our faith.
You all just want to die?
None of us plan to leave this place alive!
But we'll meet again. Let's get it on!
The golden slumber.
หมดแล้ว
The commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us! This place is like a gladiator's ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat!
Yes, keep fighting! There's no need to fear, and no need to back down! This is our last stand!
When the next wave comes, try to draw away their attacks. I'm going to see if I can take out that high platform.
Huh?
Get out of my way!
หรือว่าเหลือคนเดียวตกใจหมดแม่ง
Come and face me, Michel! So they've broken through the front as well.
Apologies, Lord Michel. They fight like absolute madmen. No matter how much we throw at them, they just keep coming for more.
So, it would seem like this is the end.
Time to pay for everything you've done, Michel.
You think I would give you that opportunity? I will be buried in the sand alongside all the rest of our fading glory.
ลงมาสู้หนีมามึงอะ
Hey, wait!
Oh.
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to fight. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, Dia! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
แค่นี้นะ
Let's go.
แย่ว่ะนึกว่ามันจะแบบสู้ยากกว่านี้สักนิดนึงมาเดินอย่ามาเดินเล่นเนี่ยนางตายแล้วเหรออยากฆ่าฉัน
Who are you filthy rats? And why are you always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have? We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead. How are we supposed to figure out what you're after? Hey, have you ever heard of a man by the name of Kusela? Why would I know? It's not like I'm in charge or anything.
This is your last chance to talk.
Hey, I said I don't know anything. I'm just an average member here. I'm telling the truth. If you're here to find someone, why don't you look through the records yourselves? Who can remember every name and face with so many people coming in and out every day?
The irony. His life became a light for so many, yet to others, it wasn't even worth remembering. Where's the records room? Answer me.
It's right over there. All the files are in there. You can go through them as much as you want. It's not like any of them still matter anyway.
I mean the old records room.
The old records room? You mean the one that got burned down? Kusela. Ah, yeah, I remember him now. The guy who could hardly walk. Watch your mouth. That's our boss you're talking about. He was definitely faking it. We all let our guard down as soon as we saw him come hobbling in. But in the short time it supposedly took him to take a dump, he'd already gotten away and started a fire in the records room. He couldn't have possibly outrun us if he wasn't a fraud. And after that, Deshret's relics fell into complete disarray.
Stop wasting our time. Every one of us here is perfectly aware of what he had done. Tell me, where is the old records room?
It's just over there. Go see it for yourself if it means that much to you. There's nothing left in there but ashes. No human could ever survive that kind of inferno. Bashar, Tikriti, let's go. We'll leave the others here to guard these guys. Spare them no mercy if they try anything.
คือมันแหกตัวเองตายจริงๆเหรอ
Everyone hold hands.
Crazy. Every last one of them. Crazy. Every last one of them.
ก็ไม่ได้เหมือนมีซากข ของการเผาเลยปะ
So, this was his final destination. How did he do it? Getting past all the guards with a limp and sneaking in here to start. If he was nimble enough to do that, then he must have been able to get out of here after starting the fire, right? I'm sorry. I know it's just wishful thinking. Let's look around.
Is this a cane?
Kusela.
Thanks for everything, boss.
We're fortunate to somehow find that cane after that fire.
Let's split up and look around some more. What if something else has been left behind?
But what else could survive a fire like that?
Huh?
อุ้ยคาจิน
Thought so.
Wait! Isn't that the toy sword you played with as a child?
The dragon is no more, for Princess Dia has slain it. Its head now hangs above the city gates. Her bravery has brought eternal peace and prosperity to us all. Dia, come on. This is the most important line.
You can do it.
But Dia, you defeated the dragon. Everyone's waiting for your speech. Still too shy, huh? All right, I'll do it. I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more.
I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more, Dad. What's this?
โอ้ย
Don't you remember? You asked Paimon what she would do if she were to wake up tomorrow with loads of money. And Paimon said that she would get boatloads of tasty snacks. You looked super confused at the time, but said it was an adorable thing to say. These opportunities don't come by often. So today, Paimon, hey! This way you get something from the both of us for the price of one. Anyway, the point is that you should eat to your heart's content. You'll feel better for sure once you've gotten something in your tummy. Junior Azad will also be here shortly. She's already heard that we're back.
Aw, thanks, you two. Honestly, this is very unlike me. I just had a lot on my mind on our way back, so I didn't know what to say. My
Aw.
chest was filled with all kinds of intense emotions. They just shook me even more than all the feelings we've shared during our previous adventures. But when everything came to an end, those emotions also vanished without a trace, and I was left feeling more empty than ever before. It was as if I'd lost the thing that was most important to me. Yeah, you're right. To many mercenaries, Mora is the most important thing in the world. But perhaps to us, it's the most worthless thing of all. Idrisi and the others all used to say that they would quit if there was no Mora to be had. But when it came to avenging my father, there was no Mora to be made anywhere. My reality shattered when I found out that the father who always told me hero stories was in fact a bad guy. But look at me now. Am I any different? Despite all my promises about never forgiving him and never trying to understand him, I still went to such lengths to find out the truth and nearly even shed tears for his sake. We're hypocrites. all of us. Yeah, you're right. It's just a pity that we often only recognize our true feelings after it's already too late.
You're back! Are all of you alright?
Ah, there she is!
Yeah. Many people from the Corps of 30 came over, and I just wrapped up everything with my dad. All I can do now is wait for their verdict. Huh? Dia, you're looking quite down again.
Paimon will explain. A lot happened while we were gone.
I'm sorry. I really should have controlled my emotions better. I just...
It's all right, my lady. You were hurt by all of this as well. Truth be told, I'm starting to feel a little guilty watching you cry like this.
Dia, your pain must be even worse. You shouldn't need to comfort me.
Hey, don't worry about me. If anything, this whole thing has finally shown me the difference between illusion and reality. My father probably thought that people could settle into new lives as long as they moved to a new environment. That thought has even crossed my mind a few times. It's like saying, what's wrong with adapting to a new life? However, there was always something deep within my mind that refused to accept it. This impulse brought me great turmoil, and even made me feel ashamed for turning my back on your father's kindness. But now that I consider it again, it all makes sense. The desert sands are a part of who I am, and I will never be able to lead a peaceful existence.
I understand how you feel.
That doesn't mean I won't be making any changes to my life, though. As an example, I'm now thinking about taking on some small odd jobs. It's just like Idrisi said. I also want to catch up to my father and become a character in his play. Even if the ending of the story may be childish and ridiculous, it won't really matter.
Isn't that neat, though? Oh, you'll be a whole new kind of mercenary, one that's not out for Mora. Why don't we go for a change of scenery once we finish eating? What about stopping by the Grand Bazaar again?
Right. You said you wanted to get a rug for your family.
We'll come along too.
Oh!
I can't thank you enough for taking care of me this entire time.
เราก็ต้องไปซื้อพรมกับเขาเหรอจริงจังเราก็ต้องไปซื้อพรมอีกเยอะเลยแล้วคือเห็นจำนวนเรซินในมือแล้วก็อยากจะร้อง
This rug here is quite something. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the fabric is also of high quality.
Ah, here you are. Finally, I found you.
Hey! Aren't you that mercenary who bit his tongue? You can still talk? Wait, are you here to take revenge on us?
What are you talking about? Do I look like I could take you all in a fight?
พูดไม่
I
ชัด
just
เจน
came here to give you something. I'll be on my way to give myself up to the Corps after this. Once I woke up, I hurried to the Khan al-Akhmar's camp, hoping to alert them to your presence. But when I got there, I found no one except the members who were still too injured to move.
Ah, so you probably got there after us.
Yeah, they told me that they had exacted their revenge, and everyone had turned themselves in to the authorities. Even that last camp was not going to last for much longer. I had joined the cause to repay an old favor from Kusela. Now that everyone's already turned themselves in, I might as well do the same. One of the injured members gave this box to me and told me that it contained some of the old man's last possessions. Everything left in the camp will get confiscated, so I figured I should get this to you before the Corps could get their hands on it.
Thank you.
No worries. We are all just living our own truths. There's no need to comment or judge anyone for it.
So this box contains everything that Dia's father left behind.
Well, back in the day, the first thing he did with any Mora was spend it on things like drinks and meat. But let's see what's inside. What's this? It's just a bunch of junk. Ugh, it kinda stinks.
Perhaps it's just been left unopened for too long.
A handwritten copy of a storybook. The paper's already yellowed, and it looks like it's about to fall apart. It was against the Academia's rules to possess books for personal use. If he was going to break that rule, he could have at least copied something useful.
That probably means this was really important to him.
And here are a few bags of children's snacks. The packaging's completely deteriorated. Maybe that's where the smell was coming from.
Did he get those for you?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even when I was a child, I was never a fan of these kinds of snacks. He'd always say that he got them for me, but in the end, he always ate more than I ever did. Who even leaves snacks in a box like this anyway? Isn't that just common sense? Forget it. Let me see what else is in here. A razor, some buttons, some round iron tiles, a wooden toy puppet, a wool scarf, which from the looks of it probably belonged to a woman, and a hair clip? Why are these things here?
I'm suddenly feeling a little scared.
I'm sorry, my lady, but this is just the kind of man he was. He probably saw this box as some kind of personal trash heap and dumped any and everything in there. 2 empty liquor bottles. Tell me, you guys, are these the kinds of things that a normal person would leave behind?
Huh? There's something in the bottle!
Oh, you're right. All right, I got it out. It seems to be a piece of paper with some writing on it. The bottom part's all damaged from moisture, though. Let's hope the writing didn't smudge. I was suddenly seized with an urge to write a letter after finishing this bottle. I just folded it up and left it in the bottle, though. If I end up forgetting about it, it won't really matter. To Dia. It's a letter for me? It's all right. I'll just read it out. If he went to the trouble of writing a letter, there must have been some important things that he wanted to say. Or at least record down.
My condition's becoming worse and worse. Can't even walk without a cane anymore, much less go out and have fun. Guess I don't have many days left. If you're reading this letter, then I suppose I'm already long gone. You were adorable as a baby. Everyone loved you. And regardless of whether you were crying or laughing, everyone enjoyed having you in the group. But once you grew a bit older, you were no longer nearly as happy or cute. It's probably Idrisi's fault. He was never up to any good.
Can you believe this guy? He can point the finger at himself.
Anyway, back to the point. To summarize, I'm writing this so you would know not to feel sad for me, even if you end up finding out the truth. The reason being that I was never your father to begin with.
Wait, what?
Surely, he must be joking, right?
I don't know.
I was quite formidable when I was young, and 100 times cooler than some so-called flame main. Really felt like the whole world was under my feet. With just a teeny tiny bit of effort, I felt I could rule over the entire desert. But as fate would have it, I went out into the desert for a drink one day and discovered a baby in the sands. It was you. You were just lying there, small and helpless. You were so tiny that if the wind blew for just a little while longer, you would have been buried forever. But your cries were so loud they made my head hurt. Now that I think of it, you really were a bundle of energy.
Sounds like he's serious.
I told Idrisi and the others that I had slipped up with a woman while out and about. None of them even doubted me. I'm sorry that I had to lie to them for so long, but I really had no other choice. I was their most esteemed leader after all. It's not like I could just tell them that I suddenly wanted to play at being a father. At this rate, I'll puke up all the liquor I just drank from this bottle. Anyway, Dia, you possess the kind of freedom and kindness that we could only dream of. As far as how you should live your life, that'll be up to you to decide.
That's the end of the letter. In the end, he was still thinking of me as a little child. I suppose, or I would have suffocated under the sand a long time ago.
He was a good father to you. The fact that he wasn't a blood relative doesn't change that.
Yeah. It's just a pity that we had to learn the truth of everything like this.
Do you already have some ideas about the decision that he wanted you to make?
I do. If he first found me alone in the sands, then I want to try my hand at finding the person who abandoned me. I just have one wish. To tell them a story. That there once existed a childish and foolish jerk with a heart of gold. And that only under his care was I able to grow and mature into the person I am today.
If you end up finding any leads, can you share them with us? We go on adventures all the time. Maybe we'll be able to find some information for you.
Sure, I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to be so enthusiastic.
I'll help too.
Thank you. All of you. Thank you so much. My life has certainly had its twists and turns, but because no matter where I've gone, I've always been surrounded by incredible kindness.
เสร็จแล้วโอ้ยสักทีแม่งเอ้ยในที่สุดก็เสร็จแล้วสักทีเหนื่อยแล้วเหนื่อยมากแล้วแม่นะเย้เสร็จแล้วเกือบ6 ชั่วโมงอะเมืองแห่งพ่อจ้ะแล้วก็เห็นแล้วเดี๋ยวก็รีบปิดสตรีมแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวเจอกันอีกทีก็คือวันประมาณ17เลยนะเจอกันวันที่17นะคะนะแล้วช่วงที่บิ๊กไม่อยู่อาจจะลงคลิปให้แต่ก็ไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกันนะเพราะว่าอาจจะไม่ได้ตัดนะคะก็อาจจะเจอกัน17เลยนะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวมาเจอกันนะคะขอให้ทุกคนสนุกกับสงกรานต์แล้วก็วันหยุดด้วยนะแล้วก็ขอบคุณที่แวะมาดูนะคะไว้เจอกันนะบ๊ายบายบ๊ายบายนะสวัสดีค่ะ